Boo. We're back. Happy Wednesday, y'all. Been a bit. It's only been a week, but for me, it's been longer, okay? It was a long TwitchCon. But we're back. We're here. We're hanging. Fuck, do we have a lot to talk about? I am not prepared. There's so much shit. There's like the big three, which are all in the title. The Deno, the WordPress, the Arc. I should label these accordingly. Deno's not quite as high priority, but it is still high priority. Can I give you my Arc invite code? Oh no, what are you gonna do now? Give me one moment. To everyone else, by the way, if a notorious hacker asks you to do something, don't. The URL doesn't have my like ID in it, right? Like that's not my user ID. Expect an alert on google.com. Oh no, should I not have shared that here? I thought they fixed that. Did they not? Okay, you scared the shit out of me. It is leaking the ID though. That's great. Wonderful. Oh, yo, Kyle, good to see you. Hope all's been well. Yeah, this is going to be quite the stream. We have a lot to cover. I had like 2 or 3 other ideas I wanted to sneak in, but I've already forgotten what they were. Also, hi, YouTube chat. Thanks for stopping by. WordPress is fine. I saw this happened. Zoom that to a normal size. Should probably undo all of my like hiding things from the site. This is going to be hard to like, I don't know how to package this is the catch with this one. It's very interesting. Put it in the research channel if you haven't yet. I did see this and I was considering, because I was 50-50 on doing a video on it. I was leaning no because I don't care, but I had the idea. I rebuilt the MKBHD app in an hour and it's actually safe. I really don't feel like doing this today, but if I have to. Oh no, low level, what now? HP's adding AI to printers. If I was posting on my second channel more often, this would become a video so fucking fast. How hard it is to make iOS and Android apps. It's hard to release them, but making them isn't too bad. There's been a couple apps that did egregious client-side validation recently. There was that Chrome extension Mark read the source for. There is the new stuff with this MKBHD app. Does anybody on my team have DM access to you, Eva, so they can, so I don't have to open up Discord? Yeah, thank you for the raid. Let me thank all the subs quick, too, before I forget. There's a bunch of y'all. Thank you, Gabriel, for the almost 2 years now. Legend. We got Jolly Coding with Prime 3 months in. Thank you for that. We got Storm with the Prime 4 months in. We got Violet Fox here with the 3 months as well. Thanks for joining in, all the support. We got Bright Rook with the tier 1 for a month. Eva, 6 months in now. Crazy it's been that long. Whoops, wait, what? Also 6 months in. Alejo coming up on that 3-year mark. Yeah, the host of the best TwitchCon party. It was nuts. McKay here with the 10-month. Thank you so much for the support. Melky's back. Oh boy. My setup's not... Okay, my setup's kind of professional now. I can admit that. Javi is back though. Good to hear. We need to hang more. I miss him. We actually... I kind of have a plan for some stuff with him in the near future. It's sponsor stuff, but I think y'all will dig it. We also got Gabe Duarte with the 7 months. 11 months total, almost at the 1 year mark. Should have used upload thing, Will. Eva. Stop. Okay, we're going to let this ad break run, and we're going to start the first video, because we have a lot to cover today. Oh, they can't add... Thank you. I was so proud of that one. Once I wrote the script, I was like, this is going to be one of my best. And it was so good. It was so good. Still don't know who Theo is. Did I say 26 months is less than 2 years? My bad. I thought I was saying 35 months, 3 years. Whatever. Oh, yeah. No, that was awesome, Rook. It was so cool having somebody come up and ask me to sign their keyboard. I'm sorry my signature sucks. It's a near maxed out M2. It's not particularly interesting. I only went higher spec for video editing. I was fine on my little M1 MacBook Air for a long time. It was literally just that I was doing 4K exports. It was 16, but I didn't need it. I have not done the Sequoia upgrade yet. I'm terrified of it. I avoid OS upgrades for probably longer than I should for my computers. I'll do like inline updates for security and shit, but like the majors, I hesitate a lot. I was on a macOS version that was like 3 years old for a while unintentionally. Let me set the recording marker quick. We can get started. Looking at 17 by the looks of it. 9. And there we are. I didn't mark. I should have been offset 17, not marker 17, whatever. Yes, Mark's the best. I'm happy he was able to help out, especially because he's like traveling right now. Yo, Trace, thank you for the sub as well. Hop back over to YouTube chat. Sorry, I've been busy. All apps need to get special permissions for local network access. Yeah. I'm not going to like the new permissions. I know that. But I want the new ultra-wide view in my Vision Pro. Fuck, I was going to plug in my Vision Pro so it'd be charged when I was done streaming. I entirely forgot that. Founder mode absolutely involves coding. I did see the Theo mode in post talk. It's so good. YT chat thing. G Sporto made this really useful thing because your YouTube live chat doesn't have a fixed URL. Like on Twitch, it's /popout/Theo/chat, and it's always this. On YouTube, the URL is different for every stream. So Sporto made this awesome site that will automatically go to your one live stream's chat, so you don't have to deal with all that yourself. Do you not want the iPhone mirroring? The iPhone mirroring's so good. It doesn't steal your cookies because it's just using an iframe. It's just making sure it mounts the right iframe. This is because YouTube has no concept of a channel being live. It's a live stream is up and it happens to be on the channel. Pre-render, postpone, resume to typeable. Yeah, I did see this. Something I've been thinking about, but unlikely. Yeah, I have like as close to zero interest in this as possible. I don't care about a multi-input card if it doesn't work with OBS with all of the inputs and it's not 4K. I'm an OBS person. I will stay in OBS. I will not be leaving. I mean, it can use OBS, but it can use OBS with one capture out. So like the point of the video caster by Rode is that it is what you use instead of OBS. Like you can output whatever it is making as its main feed to OBS, but you can't output the like 4 HDMIs going into it as separate channels in OBS, which is what I want and need. Obviously, you would need more bandwidth than a single USB-C for that. Like you would need to use a PCI card, which is why I use a PCI card for my higher end capture stuff. It's not for me. It's for people who don't want to learn OBS and want a single device that will do everything. It took them that long to relaunch the stuff. That's nuts. Chat history to see the Axiom person. I mean, we know who it would be. It's either Gabriel or Igor. Bedesqui is who you might be thinking of, but yeah, Igor Bedesqui. Called it. Yep. Thank you, Lithium. Pumped that came out well. I try my best. I'm not like the most creative person, but when it comes to getting everything together and making it happen, like execution is my thing. And I'm happy I was able to pull that off, especially with the last minute changes. I kind of want to just go straight into the Arc security thing. I don't have any of the sources. I should probably grab those. Hopefully Eva hasn't said anything that will get me in trouble. I don't know if I can trust any of those things. Give me 1 second. I'm trying to find my tweet on it. Here we are. Cool. I think that's all my main sources for this. I think I have everything. You got Josh's response as well. Awesome. Yeah, I saw that here. Taking that at the bottom. I saw the CTO responded to my thing as well here. Cool. I think that's everything. Let's do it. Legends, cool stuff. The guy who made it is super genius. I chatted with him a bunch at Chain React 2 years ago. It's time, boys. Let's do it. My mic sound fine. I have a bunch of air coming through the room because it was way too hot. Seems fine. Think we're good. Let's go right in. That's not good. Okay, there we go. Let me thank all the subs really quick, then we'll actually get started. Thank you to Newland for the sub. Always appreciate it. Thanks, Doc Devs, 19 months in. We got 18 and 19 back to back. And the tier 2, of course. Legend. We got Don Bale here. Hit the 1 year straight at tier 1, 16 months total. Frost jacked as well, 8 months in. Thank you all. It's time. People often ask me what browser I'm using because they see it and it looks really different. I've even had people assume that my stream had a crazy setup that wasn't even using a traditional browser, but I am. I'm using Arc. It was not my favorite thing initially, but over time it ended up becoming a browser I quite liked. It's Chrome-based, but its workflow is very different. They've built a ton of cool features on top of it and a bunch of features that I'm not that interested in. But some of those features might touch things they shouldn't. And some hacker, specifically friend of the stream Eva, managed to do some things she should not have been able to. We're going to talk about those things because those things involved the ability to hack my browser and run whatever JavaScript. We need to talk about those things because those things include the ability to run whatever arbitrary JavaScript you want to on my browser, and all you needed to do it was my user ID. Terrifying. This has been a whole thing, and we're going to go through it start to finish because that's what we do here. Before we do that, let's hear a quick word from our sponsor. Phase editor's note, I don't even know if we'll have a sponsor in time for this one, just putting it in case. Anyways, gaining access to anyone's browser without them even visiting a website. And of course, Firebase was the cause. If you don't already know this about Eva, she is a somewhat quickly growing notorious hacker, hacked my Notion way back at the beginning of the year, and since then has been on a bit of a tear. The big thing she did earlier this year was destroying almost all of America's fast food chains, funny enough, with a similar Firebase bug, because Firebase's default configuration isn't particularly safe. I'll break down in detail what I mean by that in a little bit. But Firebase hacks are kind of Eva's bread and butter. And it does not surprise me that Arc using Firebase was something she could exploit because most uses of Firebase are bad, and your browser using Firebase is certainly no exception. So let's break it down. We start at the homepage of Arc, where I first landed. Also, the little kitty running around is very distracting, but very nice for my ADHD brain. Basically, the golden retriever shouting squirrel right now. Anyways. We start at the homepage of Arc, where I first landed when I first heard of it. I snatched a download and started analyzing. The first thing I realized was that Arc requires an account to use. Why do they require an account? Introducing Arc's cloud features. So I boot up my man-in-the-middle proxy instance, and I sign up, and I see if they're using Firebase for auth. Or, reread on that. I boot up my man-in-the-middle proxy instance, and I sign up. I see that they're using Firebase for auth, but no other requests. Are they really just using Firebase only for auth? After poking around for a bit, I discovered that there was an Arc function, after poking around for a bit, I discovered there was an Arc feature named easels. Easels are a whiteboard-like interface, and you can share them with people, and they can view them on the web when I click the share button. However, there was no requests in my man-in-the-middle proxy instance. So what's happening here? Hacking Objective-C-based Firebase apps. Oh boy. From previous experiences hacking iOS-based apps, from previous experience hacking an iOS-based app, I immediately had a hunch on what this was. Firestore. Firestore is a database as a backend service that allows for devs to not care about writing a backend and instead write database security rules and make users directly access the database. Oh boy. I'll diagram a bit of what this means momentarily, so if you're struggling to follow, I'll get there, don't worry. This has, of course, sparked a lot of services having insecure or insufficient security rules. And since And since researching that, I would like to call myself a Firestore expert. I will say Eva's probably within the most knowledgeable people on Firestore at this point. Eva's here, I believe. So I didn't DM them because she was already here and I just went straight into it. Eva, are you here? If not, I'll go annoy you. Yep, she's here. Called it. By the way, Eva's hanging out here, just making sure. But yeah, Eva killed on this one. Anyways, Firestore has a tendency to not abide by the system proxy settings in the Swift SDK for Firebase. So going off my hunch, I wrote a Freighter script to dump the relevant calls. So here's a script that grabs all the document with paths, the query where field is equal to's, collection with paths. So this is like grabbing all of the requests being made. Now we're logging the queries directly. Then we're trying to intercept them here too. Fun stuff. Way above my pay grade. Format Firestore data. So she made a formatter so she could actually see it when she logged it. Hacky script, but it works. So I launched Arc with the script loaded on startup, and this is what I got. Now she's seeing all of the things being requested. Sick. Looks like Arc stores some preferences in Firestore, along with a basic user object, referrals, and boosts. So what the hell's an Arc boost? Here's where things start to fall apart. Arc boosts are a way for users to customize websites by blocking elements, changing fonts, colors, and even using their own custom CSS and JS. To quickly show what we mean by this, I'll show you an Arc boost on the Arc site. I hated them at first. I still kind of hate them. But what they're meant to do is allow me to do things like change the page. So if I want this top nav gone because it takes up too much space, zap. Now it's gone. Don't know if I can get just this section above, but I think I can scroll it now. Yeah, cool. So the point of Arc boosts is they allow you to customize the site. Maybe you want to change the font. Maybe you want to change the color palette. Maybe you want to hide elements, all those types of things. I don't love it, but others do. It's fine. It is what it is. But in order for those to work, they have to inject custom code on the website. They have to inject CSS for the style changes. They have to inject a JavaScript for some of the more complex logic changes. But that data has to be stored somewhere. The code that's being snuck in has to be saved somewhere so it can be snuck in. And that's where it all falls apart. Arc boosts are a way for users to customize websites by blocking elements, changing fonts, colors, and even using their own custom CSS and JS. Do you see where this is going? I've manually logged into my account using my dummy page to test Firebase accounts and executed the exact same query to get my boosts. So this is the query. I'll zoom in. Firebase.firestore.collection boosts, where creator ID is equal to the user ID there, .get docs map, and gets you all of their boosts. So let's create a simple boost for Google. Here, she created a boost just by calling Firebase Firestore collection, where is that not a create call? This isn't a create call. This is just the get call, but I'm assuming that she had already created it before. Anyways, yeah, there's our boost. Oh, she created it manually. So she created the boost and then is reading it back here so that she can see the new boost after it's been created and see the properties of it. Nice. And in here, you can see the data. If I move the cat, data, JS, alert, JS, zaps, empty array. That's JSON for what it's supposed to do. So if you put custom JS, it would just be embedded right there. Hey, there's our boost. Let's try changing some parameters around. I see that it queries by creator ID, and we can't query a different creator ID than the original. But what if we update our boost so that it has another user's ID? Here is where the problem comes. And here's where I need to break down a little bit about how something like Firebase works. Traditionally, if you're building an API, I'll have my user, make them a circle, because as we all know, users are circles, and APIs are squares. So we have our server. When the user wants to do something, like let's say they want to update their username. On a traditional service, you have the user, you have the server, and then somewhere back here, you also have the database. And traditionally, what would happen is the user sends a request to the server saying, hey, I want to X. In this case, I want to change my username. So the user makes the request, hey, I want to change my username. The server uses data from the user's request, things like cookies, to figure out who the user is, make sure it is actually them, and then make a decision based on that. This is all code that you would write that would live in your server. You would have code that's like, let me super pseudocode this, like const user equals await auth request dot headers or something like that. And this is a function that will take the auth data that exists on your headers or your cookies or whatnot, and then return a user. In here, we would put after like if no user return or throw new error unauthorized. So now we know the user's authorized. This type of check, very common. Afterwards, when you want to actually update the user stuff, what you would probably do is use the ID that exists in user. So I would have like db dot upsert, update, change, whatever you want it to be. And in here, you'd have a query that's like, or trying to think of the right way to phrase this one. Like, you could insert, upsert, insert into. There's a lot of different things you could do here, but I'll say we won't even write SQL because I don't want to confuse non-SQL people. So like super pseudo SQL, update user or name to, we would have the user's request here too. So like part of request would be the new username. Const new username equals request dot headers dot get new username. So now we have the new username. You'd want to validate it too. Update to new username where user ID equals user dot ID. I'm assuming here that you're doing some sanitization, stuff like that. The point of this pseudocode is to show what you would write on this server. You first check the user, you then check and validate the thing they want to do, and then you directly update the database using the ID that you just validated. So you only are selecting rows with this user ID, and you're updating them. This is very common. What's important to note here is that all of this logic is code that you have to write that lives inside of your server that is the code that is doing this. So that code is what will hit the database, make the change, send you the confirmation, and then you send that to the user in the end. This code is not the easiest thing to write. It might seem very simple, and honestly, it is pretty simple. But if you're not used to services, you're not used to servers, auth, APIs, all those things, this can seem intimidating, potentially even unnecessary. So we're going to copy paste this to show the Firebase way of building. I will do my best to not just roast, but that is my instinct because I have strong feelings. So the big difference here is there is no server. The database is the server, which means that we don't have this code or logic at all. Instead, each field has permissions attached to it. So if we have our boosts table, let's say we have table boosts. This table has fields in it. It has things like the user ID. It has things like the actual like data for the boost. It has things like the creator ID. It has things like, I don't know, created at. All of these fields. So the way Firebase works is when the user wants to do something, the Firebase store itself has permissions you've configured for what the user can and can't do. So here, user ID would be attached to user. And your permission would be only people that match this user ID can update your given row in this table. So if a user with a different user ID was to try and update something in boosts, it wouldn't let them. So the rule would be something simple like only users who have a user ID matching a boost can update the boost. And when you're using something like Firestore, usually these things are the defaults. But you can also do things like create it at and say locked field. And this field is something that the database would create when you, in this case, create a boost that the user cannot modify. So if the user posts this, they wouldn't have control. So creator ID, good info from Eva. Creator ID is user ID. User ID is provided by Firestore and request.auth.id. So they don't have a separate user ID on Boost. It's just creator ID. Let me double check the dump you had. Yeah, okay, cool. So they don't even have a user ID. They just have a creator ID. But because of that, they're not using the traditional permission model to link boosts to a user. They built their own. So the creator ID is how it ties to a user. And I'm assuming if you were to try and update someone else's boost with a given creator ID, it wouldn't let you unless it was your creator ID. So in this case, the rule would be can't update unless creator ID matches user ID. Pretty common. The issue, if I understand it correctly, and Eva, thanks again, correct me if I'm wrong, is that this rule was only on update. It wasn't on create. So while they might have restricted users from being able to change other users' boosts, they did not restrict a user from being able to create a boost with someone else's creator ID. And here's where it all falls apart. Eva was successfully able to create a boost with a different creator ID. Oh, no, you can do an update. So you can update, if it's your own boost, you can update with another user's ID. I don't think you can update someone else's boost once their user ID has been changed. But again, the problem is the creator ID permissions weren't properly set. So I was able to, in this case, Eva was able to change the JavaScript that is actually backing it. And as such, all she would need is your user ID, and she'd be able to create a custom JavaScript script that would be synced in the Firestore cloud and then run on your browser on whatever web pages it was marked for. Yeah. Eva confirmed. You can make your own boost and you can update your boost to another creator ID, but you can no longer view or update the boost after you've changed the creator ID. Yeah. So they didn't mark the field properly. This field was used to restrict what you could do to boosts, but this field was not restricted to what you could do to it. This field should not have been updatable, the same way that created at is locked, and you can't update the created at field because it's provided by Firestore and the permissions are correct. Creator ID, you can update. And this is the problem with models like this, is when you're not manually encoding what can be updated. Like here, when I did the update to username, I'm only updating name where user ID is this, but the only field that can be updated here is the username field. Where with Firestore, by default, every field can be changed by the user. You have to manually set permissions to prevent these different fields from being changeable. But we're just getting started here. This is the exploit, but what's happened since has been a little bit nuts, and we need to cover all that too. Quick recap. Arc boosts contain arbitrary JS. Arc boosts are stored in the Firestore. The Arc browser can get what boost. You know what? Do we come back to this? Okay. Cut me starting the recap phase. We're going to come back to it here. We're going to come back to the article in just a second because we need to start covering the explosion that followed because it was quite an explosion. This was Eva's tweet. Gaining access to anyone's browser without them even visiting a website. Pretty significant exploit. Took them a bit to patch, but they did. But there were some things that weren't great. Specifically, she only got 2K for this. This is an insane exploit to only pay 2K for. And I'm going to both sides a teeny tiny bit. On one hand, this was my reaction. Arc, I love you. Please move the fuck off of Firebase and hire real infra engineers. This is unacceptable. So writing a public response. I'm filming as soon as I'm home. I'm a day late. Okay, yesterday was chaos. You can do this right. Please do this right. I don't want to switch to a worse browser because you can't build infra. And as Fire and many others pointed out, $2,000 bounty was kind of insulting. So on one hand, I kind of sympathize with them. They're new to this. They have no idea what they're doing. They're a startup. Paying out bounties like this is a new thing for them. None of them are security engineers. But on the other hand, the 2K is insulting. This type of bug is horrifying. They should be reamed for it. They did fix the compensation thing, but I had planned a whole bit. So I'm going to do the bit anyways, because you know how I am. I love a good bit. To emphasize just how insignificant the 2K is that they originally offered, I'm going to match it. I'm going to pay $2,000 to Eva because it's not that much money and they should have done more. And for her to put that type of work into protecting my browser, the one I am using, that's worth it to me. So yeah, congrats, Eva. You just made another 2K because 2K was way too little and it's not that much money. So yeah, that's the bit. If I can match the payout, dumb. Do not gift the subs because then the only person who's making money off it is Twitch. Yeah. That said, they did increase it to 20K. As I have saved here, Arc increased the bounty to 20K. We're figuring out logistics for her to get the money. And one of my favorite offers at the end here. Thank you for being so patient and gracious with us. We made mistakes. We won't make them again. And I'm grateful for how kind you have been throughout this entire process. P.S. You have a job at Browser Company if you ever want it. Very interesting development. I feel like they kind of jumped up and did the right thing here. I don't know how much is them caving to public pressure versus they just didn't actually know. But I think it's important to call out the good thing when they did. I had already mentally committed to matching the money, so I had already done the books and made sure it was fine. That's why I did it anyways. Just wanted to emphasize the point. The $2,000 for something like this is not that big of a deal. But yes, they upped it to 20K. I still think it should be slightly more. I hope my additional 2 helps. But yeah, this was a big deal. I'm happy to see them covering it a little more fairly. They also did an incident breakdown, and I think this was a pretty good breakdown too. They didn't pretend it was a less big deal than it is. They did call out something important though. No members were affected by the vulnerability, and you don't need to take any action to be protected. Thankfully, it seems like they had all of Firestore's insane logging on, so they were able to write a query to figure out who is affected and like if this has happened before. No ARC members were affected by this vulnerability. We did an analysis of our Firebase access logs and confirmed that no creator IDs have been changed outside of those changed by the security researcher. On one hand, huge relief. Awesome that others weren't affected by this. On the other hand, I think this shows just how deep Eva is and how novel the exploits she's finding are, that she's finding shit that literally nobody, not even like a state actor, has done. Pretty nuts. I like they didn't pretend this wasn't a big deal. They called out that nobody was affected without pretending it was not a big deal at all. And that's a hard balance to strike to keep people from being super scared and dragging your own product while also being honest about the severity of an exploit like this is rough. They did a good job walking the line. They've reached out to me to make sure I knew I could go to them for comment if I ever wanted to. The CTO responded to my tweet. Heard you and totally right. We're already working to move off Firebase for new features for the last few months. Full incident rundown here. Any feedback would be very welcome. We want to make sure we set this right. I think they're handling this well, all things considered. They made mistakes. They will continue to make mistakes because they're a company. They're a new company even. This happens. The initial fumble, hard to excuse. The actual security flaw, really hard to excuse. But at the very least, they're doing it right. And on the off chance Eva does decide to take up this offer, they might be well off. Let's finish the breakdown and wrap this one up. Quick recap. Arc Boost can contain arbitrary JS. Arc Boosts are stored in Firestore. The Arc browser gets which boosts are to use via the creator ID field, and we can arbitrarily change the creator ID field to any user ID. Thus, if we can find a way to get someone's user ID, we'd have a full attack chain. The ID is pretty easy to get. Eva actually baited me at the beginning of stream to get mine by asking me for the referral, just to get a referral link, because they have a whole referral system when you invite people to the browser. And the referral includes the data you need to get the user's ID. Great. Then we have publish boosts. You can share Arc boosts but only if they don't have JS in them with other people. And Arc has a public site with boosts as well as boost snapshots. And all of those contain the user ID. There's also the easels feature, which are basically whiteboards to share things that you're doing on a website. And those also give you access to the user ID. So there's a couple different ways to get user IDs, because without that, you can't exploit. But as soon as you have somebody's user ID, you can go ham. So let's pull it all together. You obtain their user ID, you create a malicious boost with whatever payload you want on their account, but you create it on your account. You update the creator ID, and now when the user goes to that website, they've been compromised. Apparently, it was reported August 25th. It's when they got initial contact with the Arc co-founder, Hirsch. That was CTO I mentioned before. Vulnerability POC executed on Hirsch's Arc account, added to Slack channel after details enclosed. Patched within a day, a bit over 24 hours. I'm happy they took it seriously once they were in touch. CVE got assigned about 2 weeks later. All sounds about right. Bit over a week later, actually, regardless. Apparently, you could also run this on Chrome //settings, which is where a lot of permissions are done. So you could exploit permissions, which is terrifying. Yeah. Also, more potential privacy concerns about URLs being sent when you're browsing the web. I've seen a bit of stuff about that with Arc. I think they're working on it, but very happy that these things are being called out and that the stuff is being addressed too. Also, very important, they're doing an audit of their current Firebase ACL rules internally. So hopefully, if there are other things like this, they'll be addressed, because they're going to be way stricter about what fields people can and cannot update. Hopefully, they've already went through and checked every single place where a user ID or creator ID is being used. They're also fixing the privacy concerns. They're moving off Firebase. They're doing external security audits for this version as well. And they're starting to use a bug bounty program for further vulnerabilities. Huge. As always, Eva isn't just pwning things for fun. She's making the web safer. This was an awesome breakdown. Huge shout out again to Eva for doing it. Huge shout out to y'all for watching it. And I can't wait until my browser gets hacked again. Until next time, peace nerds. Cool. Good shit. To the blog post, here you go. Why does that keep changing? I switched my chat multiple times. I gift one sub in my own channel, and now I don't have my, like, thing. That's annoying. Maybe if I refresh. Okay, it's fixed. Annoying, but fixed. Moving up Arc 2 for a while. They're probably moving off Firebase for it. Yeah, I'm excited to see what they do. YouTube chat's so much worse. I'm sorry. YouTube's a great platform. I love it dearly. YouTube chat is garbage. Not the people in YouTube chat. Y'all are cool. But the YouTube chat interface and everything, a bit rough. That one is done. Good job, y'all. Happy we got that done so easily. What do you mean it's not visible on the list of blog posts? I literally went to Arc blog, arc.net/blog. It's the first thing on the site. I don't feel like they're hiding this. They wouldn't be tweeting about it if they were trying to hide it. Yeah, we haven't even got to the 1 hour mark, and we're already at one video. Good shit. We're doing well. Twitch doesn't let you stream chat aggregators visible. You have to keep Twitch chat separate. It's one of the few rules of the multi-streaming. You tried it. It's so good for making shit posts and thumbnails when you're editing VODs, and now you love PicThing. I'm pumped to hear that. It's one of those tools where it seems useless until you're doing professional graphics work. Then you're like, fuck, this is actually really useful. I have some fun things I've been working on for it, but not as actively as I would like to be working on it, because I've been at events and doing my job and honestly spending a lot of time doing sponsor stuff. The amount of time I've had to put into the sponsor spots thing's a bit insane. Getting close to the point where I like might bring someone to SF full time just to help with dealing with sponsor stuff and like channel management, because it's so much work. And when I think about how much Mark makes my life with upload thing easier, I kind of need something similar for my content nowadays. So yeah, keep an eye out for that. I already know the person who it's going to be, if it is going to be somebody. So yeah, don't worry, Gabriel, not you. You have a real job. Gabriel's still going to be making plenty of money. Don't worry. I'll drop the update so that, or in the internal, so you guys know what I'm talking about. Cool. That is handled. I can leave open. Dart enthusiasts. God damn it. They have a third-party security vendor doing things. I do want to do Elixir stuff, but I have a long Elixir video that I'm probably doing offline planned. I have a long video that's going to have Elixir. It's going to have Rails. Might have Laravel. I've yet to decide. It's going to have some Go. It's going to have some GraphQL. It's going to have a lot of things. Need to get that finished. I also know that Sebastian dropped a couple interesting things in the most recent This Week in React that I wanted to grab. Oh, is there another one? God damn it. Last week's had the things I was thinking about. He dropped like here are the most popular things from This Week in React this week, and all of them actually looked really interesting. Conveniently upgrade to stable RC and Canary. Interesting. Oh yeah, CSS Masonry is actually happening. That I might want to cover. Oh, this like, what's the date? It's the 25th. Okay, so we're still in yesterday. Jesus Christ. I'll find this immediately. Or eventually. I don't know why I said immediately. Might be faster to just go through actual This Week in React, honestly, at this point. Oh, look at that. Gabriel doing his job. Thank you. What are the popular ones? The React 19 cheat sheet, I remember being one of the popular ones. Don't sleep on a board controller. I do need to cover that. I'm surprised this video didn't do better. I really thought scheduler.yield would do well. I rebranded it a few times. Fuck. I was so sure he had a tweet that was like, here are the popular things this week that I was trying to rip things from. Interesting, Naman. Chrome wants to display Masonry. The other two browsers want to add it to display Grid. Nux. Oh? What is Nux? Link me. If we have the author here and Gabriel, if Gabriel said to look at something and the person who made it is here and Agor likes it too. Okay, that's a three-peat. That's happening now. Oh yeah. Yeah, I was going to add this. I forgot. I didn't have time to add this over the weekend. This is going in. How long are you around for? I did start on GitHub, okay? That was a week ago, and it's been a long week. Can say for an hour or so? Okay, perfect. We'll just do it now then. Marker Nux. Cool. Now that I'm free from a certain sponsor, that means I can just shit all over Next, right? I can't swear at the beginning. Now that I'm through with a certain sponsor, I can just crap all over Next.js, right? Well, I kind of did before, if we're being honest. In fact, I had some blog posts tearing it to shreds. Most of my biggest issues with Next have since been addressed. A handful haven't. Looking at you, TurboPack. But there's one in particular that I'm just kind of amazed hasn't been addressed. In order to understand it, we need to look at the URL bar, specifically the stuff that comes after the question mark. The query params, or search params, now that the term query params means nothing due to a certain router. Though, anyways, the search parameters are the things that come after the question mark in the URL. These are really useful ways to append data to your URL. Instead of having /user, /user ID, /files or something, you can have query params at the end of the URL that indicate things like state. So if you have a search page that has a bunch of custom fields, like you can check only show content in the last year, maybe you have custom date ranges, maybe you have tags, filters, things like that. Search parameters are essential. They make state better. Generally speaking, if you have state that you want to have persist when you refresh, and you want to be able to send to somebody such that when they click the URL, it looks the same to them, search parameters are probably the right way to do it. And I'm not the only one saying this. Even Lee Robb agrees. He has a whole video showcasing just how good search parameters are. There is a catch, though. Next.js kind of sucks at them. Yeah, it's weird to say that Next.js, the web framework that handles all these things for you, didn't handle search parameters correctly, if really at all. But they're not the only ones. In fact, React Router destroyed the term query parameters entirely with how it misused the usage of them. Ugh. That's a whole long separate rant. But today I'm not here to complain. Today I'm here to be excited because I have been linked an incredible library that is theoretically going to make my life much easier. And rather than the usual me sitting here and reading about why it's so good, I actually plan to implement it live with y'all. So let's do it. I just got a Nerd Snipe message that isn't even for me, but it's for Gabriel. Oh, actually, no, it is for me. For later, this is the most influential function of the year for me. So he's linking a specific function in the code base that is his most influential function of the year. Crazy phrasing, but Gabriel knows his shit. So let's see this. Create search params cache. Keys, key of, parsers, type, parse search params, cache. It's a partial of the parse search params. Why not use a good old object here? React's cache is bound to the render lifecycle of a page, whereas a simple object would be bound to the lifecycle of the process, which may be reused between requests in a serverless environment. Warm lambdas on Vercel or AWS. So here, he's using the React cache because, here they're using the React cache so that the things in it don't get shared between requests, because if they put an object on top, everything hitting this at once could theoretically have access. By using cache, it's scoped to here. But it also means if they call it in 15 places during render, they only have to do the work once. Function parse. C is get cache. If object's frozen, parse has already been called, but we're being called with the same contents again, so we can safely return the same cached result. Example would occur if if parse was example of this would be when parse is called and generate metadata as well. Nerdy details. For const key and parsers, search params parser.parse server side. Object.freeze again to make sure it's locked. We have an all function that gets all of the keys, and get, which gets the value for a specific key. Good stuff. Crazy way of doing this, using like an inner React cache in order to guarantee like runtime consistency without having other users potentially sharing a global while still having a global, so to speak. Good use of cache. This is what it's actually meant for. And I see why people are so confused about React cache versus unstable cache in Next and Vercel versus like route level caching. This is good though. This is fine. It's a global context for RSC. Yep. Good way of putting it, Gabriel. Back to Nux though, because we haven't even shown how it works yet. So similar to something like React Query, or similar to something like, I don't know, use state, you call use query state. You give it the key, then you give it the value. It can be a number. It can be an object like this. It can be a lot of different things. If you want it to be an integer, you should call parse as integer, which is a function that Nux provides so that it can handle the thing becoming a number on each side, because by default, query params are just strings. Awesome, they handled that for you. And now when I click here, if we look at the URL bar, which I can press the hotkey for that, you'll see every time I click, it updates the URL bar now, because that's where the state is stored, which is awesome, because now when I refresh, it stays. Or if I like manually modify the URL or make custom stuff, don't know what I just did there. If I change this to be like that, it just works. Cool. I forgot to do a sponsor transition. Don't know if we're going to actually have a sponsor for this or not, but just so you have it. Anyways. As I mentioned before, this video is not sponsored by Vercel. It does have a sponsor though. Perfect. Anyways. So as I was showing, syntax is super nice and simple to use. Just what you're probably used to using useState, but it just works. It's type safe, universal, simple, batteries included, all the things you would expect. Let's actually set it up though, because I want this. So we're going to use a code base that I actually am using. Let me close things I've opened just in case. Should have done that earlier. It's fine, cool. So I already have the pick thing code base open because I was working on some stuff earlier. I'm going to stash all the stuff I was doing before. So this is pick thing that we'll be working on. If you're not already familiar, it is a way for you to manage your images as a creator. It automatically removes backgrounds for you, and you can just one click to copy it to your clipboard and then go do things with it. Very, very useful tool. I rely on it heavily, and I'm really pumped that it is now out for others to use as well. So now we're going to change how some parts work, because I have, oops, that's not what I was trying to do. Close that. Because in pick thing, not Pitchfork, as much as I love Pitchfork, when I turn on one of the tags, you'll see here, question mark tags equals 11. It works. And if I create more tags, another tag, we have 2 now. And I'm handling this myself, and it sucks. It sucks dealing with the serialization and deserialization of the tags in the URL bar. And let's find the code that I'm actually doing that with so I can show you guys just how much pain it actually is. Here it is. Oh, God. I knew it was bad, but ugh. Yeah, handle tag selection. Let new tags. If it includes the current tag ID, then I filter it out. Otherwise, I add it in. Set selected tags to be new selected tags. Const params is new URL search params. If it's longer than 0, then we set it. Otherwise, we delete it, and then we push it. This sucks. It is not reliable, and the serialization, deserialization for it is garbage. Let's just kill it. So first, we need to add Nux. Now I'm going to delete this code. Also, this use effect, which is what actually gets the parameters that we have in the selected tag IDs. Garbage. Disgusting. Let's get rid of all of this. Also, the router and use search params. We're going to get rid of so much shit with this. It's really nice. Let's go back to the docs. So I'm going to open up localhost so I can actually run this. Basic usage. Do I have to wrap my app with a provider? It looks like I don't, which is cool. I lost my clipboard there because I'm dumb. Selected tag IDs. Set selected tag IDs. Tags. Can I just do number array for this? I forgot to import it. Probably have to restart my TypeScript server. We'll get there in a second. Oh no, that's smart enough. Nice. Default value, number array, yada yada. What's it mad about here? No overload matches this call. Oh god, I love the pretty TypeScript error plugin. Never array is not assignable. No? Interesting. Typo alert. What do you guys have for me? Thank you. Also, by the way, thank you 47FX both for making this and being here to help us out as we use it. What I'm missing is parsers. Built-in parsers. Parse a string. No op. Parses integer. So is there an array in here? Parse as array of. Oh, yes. Now we are talking. Now we are talking. These are such useful helpers that are so annoying to do yourself. Perfect. So now we have selected tag IDs, set selected tag IDs. So let's create the functions here. Selected tag IDs. That should be a number array, right? Number array or null. Can I set the default state to empty? Oh, with default. That is really handy. Thank you, chat. There's a with default call. Okay, that's great. Now there will always be a number array here. Selected tag IDs dot includes tag dot ID. I changed to lowercase. That's what I did there. And now you have to handle tag select, which hopefully should be significantly easier now. Const handle tag select, tag ID number. Promises must be awaited. Oh, is this a promise? Makes sense that it would be a promise. And this is also not correct code because we have to see if the current tag ID is in here or not. So let's fix that. Thank you, Cursor, for writing the code for me. So if it's included, we filter it. Otherwise, we append it. Nice. That is quite a bit simpler. Let's see if it works. Got a pnpm run dev. Already have localhost open. I have to sign in. Give me one moment to do that. And here we are. And if I click this, oh, the empty state is broken. That's a bit annoying. Is that my code? That's for the render tags. Clear on default. You have so much good documentation. I would have been able to figure out all of these things really quickly. Options can be passed hook level. Where am I supposed to pass those if it's already got a second argument? Is it clear? Okay, there we go. What is it mad about here? Oh, is it dot with options is what I wanted here? With options. No, not with default. With options. Clear on default. No, not clear and valid. Clear on default. There we go. Cool. So I'll make these a little simpler. If prev was null, return tag ID. If prev includes tag ID, we filter it out. Otherwise, return that. Nice and simple there. Let's see if this works now. Fuck. How do I want to handle this right? I honestly... Okay, we'll handle this correctly. Do I want to make this a function? I'm tempted to make this an inline function and just call it because I'm lazy. I do like just doing inline functions for these things. So the default is also clear. Interesting. So if I did with defaults, empty array, clear on default, true, will that just work? Okay. Never mind. I was doing this really wrong. That's awesome. Okay. I feel better now. And that means I can remove that too, right? Okay. Yeah, never mind. I was going to write a much more complex code I didn't have to write. That's actually really, really elegant. Okay. So to catch everyone else up, what we did here is we set the tags query param to be an array of integers with the default state of empty array, but also to clear on defaults, which means when you're in the default state, it removes it from the query parameters, which is awesome. A+. I really like that. But I want this to be used in multiple places. I could just copy paste this other places, but what I'm going to do is make it a utility. So we're going to make utils. We'll have search params.ts. I should name it a bit more clearly, probably. Export function use tag params. We can just return this, grab all these guys there. Now we have a custom hook we can use instead. Kill all that. And then wherever else we are using these tags, which I believe is in the render function in the grid. Yeah, oh God, I had this gross get tags function. Disgusting. I might just swap this over, actually. Move it to get tags. Kill that. Fix it in my tag bar. And now in here, change this to use tag params. Ta-da. That easy. Now I'm using the same exact hook in both places. Export function, use tag params. Util. Let's need to refresh it. No. Just grid tag bar TSX. It's not that anymore. It's utils get tags. Okay, so the build cache is broken. This is always a fun one. Good old Next.js can't help itself, but be Next.js. I can't get it to show the URL bar. What the hell? It just stopped showing it. Like, it's just not... What? Arc? Do I have to hard close Arc? Why is everything breaking when I try to do code? There we go. Yeah, Arc was just broken. That works now. Dope. Everything has access to the same data. It's way simpler and cleaner. Can delete all of these. You know it's a good library when you can delete a use effector too. I want to see the diff though. So I'm going to make this a pull request quick. We'll take a look at the diff. Cool. I know I have a lot of libraries there. Git add pn pm lock git status git add -p. Simple. Cool. You guys don't already know this about me. I obsessively git add -p. Theo Nux git push. Now you get to see the tool I've been slowly bullied into using, lazy git, and I use it really well. I use it exclusively for opening pull requests. And I forgot to actually push the changes. Well, I forgot to commit them. I did push, but I pushed nothing. There we go. Switch query params, or search params to Nux. That's because of a PNPM change. Ignore that. What we actually care about is here. This is going to be a good diff. So in the image viewer, basically nothing changed. I just changed this custom use tags hook to be the use tag params hook. Still a custom hook, but it's exposing those things. But what's much more useful here is all the code I changed in this file. Look at that. Look at that split. 3x the removals to the additions. We got rid of all these imports. We got rid of a use router call, a use search params call, a use state, a use effect that was syncing the state to the URL, a handle selector that was incredibly complex, handling all of these cases and removing things and editing the search params. The big annoying thing is I couldn't just append to the parameters because it's an array. So I had to deal with that and like joining it myself and shit. All of that's gone now. It just works. And it's much, much simpler code. I added this one or empty. I can actually delete that now. I don't need that anymore. So we fixed the default case. So we'll delete that. This is why it's good to review your own code. That pushed up. Keep reading. And we have, this is actually hilarious. My function that did nothing but get the tags before and split them in order to make it a string array is as much code as the hook that does everything. That's hilarious. That's actually hilarious that it's that simple. I like this library a lot. I'm merging this right now. This is good stuff. Phase, make sure my email doesn't leak there. That was really cool. I haven't checked the server-side stuff yet, but I'm sure it's also similarly really cool. Because again, like the biggest issue with Next is it doesn't really consider query params, especially server-side. It can just make things annoying. but caching per page render is really convenient for server components. This is good stuff. I like this a lot. I've needed this library forever. I'm really thankful it exists for things like complex search state, complex user interfaces. Whew. This is going to be a life changer. Let me know if this changed your life too. And until next time, peace, nerds. So Gabriel was talking about earlier. Yeah, it's really cool stuff. And thank you again, 47FX. And whoever gave him the gift too, thanks for that. This is really good. This is a very good library. Oh, actually, I need to do one more call out before I do the end marker. This library is doing well enough. I probably should have jumped on it before. 3.3K stars. I want to see that double, y'all. Let's get that number up. Links in the description. Go give 47 his support and love for the hard work he did here. This is a very, very useful library for us annoying. This is a very useful library for us annoyed Next.js devs. Good stuff. Oh, one more important thing I missed. It's not going to be Next.js exclusive in the future. Oh boy. Because like these types of things are a huge part of why I was interested in TanStack Router. But if I can plug this into other stuff, oh, very good. V2 will support Next, React single page apps, Remix, as well as VTest and other testing environments. Okay. You have my interest. I am very excited to hear that. Great work, man. Two videos down and we're at an hour and a half. We're doing great. Yeah, the WordPress shit's going to be insane. I'll throw this link in there as well. Oh, I forgot to check even what it looks like with the multiple tags selected. Hopefully this is deployed by now. Nice. Look at that. It actually has a comma. That's so good. I don't have to deserialize it myself. Wait, why did that go to the old version? What? Why does the order matter? What is happening? Why does it do it right in that order and not this one? Let me local this again quick to see. Another tag. Does it right here. Testing and prod. To be fair, should be identical. Did the build finish? Yeah, the build finished. Did it deploy? Yeah. Whatever. Still works. I was just hoping the URL will be consistent. No idea what the bug there is. Happy I didn't include that for the video though, because that's weird and would just confuse people. What have I missed? There a new HTMX essay? That'll be a fun one. I knew I had a masonry video in here. Will that work to pull it up? Nice. There's a title list before I forget to. Firebase data layer arc thing. Just stay on top of my organization, because otherwise I'll go insane. So many vids. Yeah, it's kind of absurd. I'm all in on Notion for it. The order of the tags in serialized array is what was passed when calling the state updater function. So if it needs to be stable, might need a different primitive like a set. Doesn't need to be stable, but it was just interesting to notice that. Dig is the legend. Wait, so the thing that confused me is in one direction, it was serializing, and in the other, it wasn't. So when I go to this one first, then this one, it's 11, 48. When I went here to there, it's 48% 2C for the like comma encoding 11. That was what was weird. The different orders changed how this is parsed. Interesting. Yeah. URL encoding is weird. I'm just happy to not have to think about it. Do I have to make a third tag? I'll make a third tag. I haven't set up a way to delete tags yet, so. Interesting. Seems like the 48 and the 11 both being in it at once with the 48 first is what's cursed. Because 4051's fine, then the 11 changes it. Is it the 11 being at the end? Yeah, it's the 11 being at the end that's doing it. The tags are IDs. They're just numbers. They need to just have a number in them. I'm not going to think about it too much. That will distract me if I think about it too much. So I'm going to not. I'll debug that after stream, but we got too much other work to do. Remember when I said during the ARC video that people keep asking, like, how am I recording? I'm literally just using ARC. It's just my browser. Thank you, 47. Don't worry either. I can do a more thorough repro like tomorrow if needed. Probably even give you source access if needed, but like, yeah, not something I can dig too deep into at this moment. All those things have been covered. Is it time for the WordPress drama? I want to construct the like order of events for this one. There's just so much shit that went down. You said one of these is the like whole story, right? I think these will be my main two. Freedom. This is the same thing, right? Or is this a... Oh, shit. This is hilarious. Jesus. That'll be a fun one. Is MM just Matt Mullenweg? Just making sure, yeah. Matt Mullenweg versus WordPress engine. That checks out. I'm assuming that Chris is the WP engine guy. Oh, no, he's not. This was another example of the Matt dude just buying a domain to fuck someone over, if I recall. Ah. This is hilarious. He bought the domain for a theme that he wanted to be open source and part of WordPress that this guy didn't want to have part, and they just battled it out for this long. That's hilarious. Interesting. I'll maybe touch on that. God, there's so many of these. Did I do that one twice? I did. Close that because I already have it saved. How is the carrot on the stick one? It's WP.com. I guess what I thought. This one does not seem particularly useful. Cool, I can kill that. That's their official statement. I'll pull that up. Start with this. Okay, I think I have an order of events. We're going to start with this, briefly go over it, then dive into the breakdown, start to finish. The carrot on the stick's a good source. Complex dynamics of WordPress. There's a lot to go in here. I'm just going to read through these, I think, like this top few. I'm going to put them all in a gist so that YouTube doesn't fuck us by having like 500 links in the description. You can rate drama by the number of required tabs. I'm going to sneak that into the intro here. Let's do it. If you're anything like me, you're probably hoping you never have to hear about WordPress again. And I've been like that for a while now. WordPress was part of my introduction to building for the web, and I hated it so much that I stopped building for the web and became a backend dev for like 7 years. So yeah, I know a lot of y'all probably feel similarly, but it's important to acknowledge how important WordPress is. Despite my general lack of good vibes with using WordPress, it is important to acknowledge its value to the web. A comical percentage of the web, like over 40%, is WordPress sites. It's used to power so many different things, and it kind of needs to work and be secure and ideally fast in order for the web to stay a safe platform for everyone. But what we haven't... Also, if you're anything like me, you probably haven't thought about WordPress beyond using it. Certainly probably haven't thought about the companies behind it. And that's where things start to get really interesting. I kind of want to retake this whole intro. Yeah. I already do the whole intro, cool. If you're anything like me, you've probably avoided thinking about WordPress for almost a decade now. It was a big part of how I got into the web and also out because I disliked working in WordPress so much that I churned from web development entirely. Since then, things have gotten a lot better. The ecosystem's been a great place, and I've now moved to being a front-end dev again, so it is what it is. But over 40% of the web is still running WordPress. Yes, 40% of websites are on WordPress. And if you go to the logs for your site right now, you're going to see a bunch of bots hitting /WP admin looking for potential exploits because the whole web is WordPress. Why would you not check? Anyways, we're not here to talk about WordPress and its technical implementations or anything about using WordPress. Well, kind of. We're going to talk about 2 letters, WP, and an insane drama that has ensued since. This video is certainly not sponsored by any of the companies involved, but it does have a sponsor, though. Retaking that. This video is not sponsored or endorsed by Automatic, WordPress Engine, or any of the other companies being discussed. I have no relations with any of them, It does have a sponsor, though. So let's hear from them really quick. Cool. Anyways, saw a really funny comment as we were getting started. You can rate the drama by the number of required tabs. My browser is lagging from the number of tabs. This is going to be a fun one. It all starts with this post, and more importantly, the talk that happened at WordCamp, right? Yeah, WordCamp, which is like a WordPress event about WP Engine. For some real quick context, WP Engine is one of the many sites you can use to host your WordPress site. They're a service that hosts WordPress for you. That means that they are both using WordPress and kind of competing with WordPress, because WordPress has their own .org for the open source part, but also a .com for hosting WordPress. And this is all owned by Automatic. Automatic's the company that is the WordPress.com and .org. They manage the repo, they manage the code base. They are the ones who make WordPress, but they also have a hosting service, which is how they make their money. And WordPress.com makes a lot of money. That said, WP Engine also is making a lot of money, and apparently their use of WP in the name is starting to cause confusion. And Matt, who is the founder of Automatic and the guy who started WordPress, has feelings. So we're going to start with their blog post, and then we're going to go through the massive explosions that have been occurring in the community since. But first, I need to zap things. Zap. I get this whole top nav. Nice. Look at that. WordPress engine is not WordPress. It has to be said and repeated. WP engine, sorry, I said WordPress. WP engine is not WordPress. It has to be said and repeated. WP engine is not WordPress. My own mother was confused and thought WP engine was an official thing. Their branding, marketing, advertising, and entire promise to customers is that they're giving you WordPress, but they're not. And they're profiting off of the confusion. Sounds like you're the one who's confused already, Matt, where like WordPress is an open source framework for hosting, and WordPress is also WordPress.com, a hosting company. So you have the open source framework for your site, and you have the hosting platform that has the same name. Imagine if Next.js was the name of Vercel, if they just called Vercel Next.js. They didn't do that because they're not dumb. And they didn't do that because they were confident they could build something greater than WordPress with their hosting platform, which they did because I used Vercel before I ever tried out Next.js. So yeah, anyways. I spoke yesterday at WordCamp about how Lee Whitlinger, cool. I spoke yesterday at WordCamp about how Lee Whitlinger at Silver Lake, a private equity firm with $102 billion of assets under management, can hollow out an open source community. To summarize, they do about $500 million in revenue on top of WordPress, and they contribute back 40 hours a week. Automatic is a similar size and contributes back 3,915 hours a week. Today, I would like to offer a specific technical example of how they break the trust and sanctity of our software's promise to users to save themselves money so they can extract more profits from you. WordPress is a content management system, and the content is sacred. Every change you make to every page, every post, all tracked in a revision system, just like Wikipedia. This means if you make a mistake, you can always undo it. It also means if you're trying to figure out why something's on a page, you can see precisely the history and the edits that led to it. These revisions are stored in our database. This is very important. It's at the core of the user promise of protecting your data, and it's why WordPress is architected and designed to never lose anything. WP Engine turns this off. They disable revisions because it costs them more money to store the history of the changes in the database, and they don't want to spend that to protect your content. It strikes to the very heart of what WordPress does, and they shatter it, the integrity of your content. If you make a mistake, you have no way to get your content back, breaking the core promise of what WordPress does, which is manage and protect your content. I didn't even remember that WordPress does that. This is going to be fun. This is going to fall apart fast, I can tell. Here's a screenshot of their support page saying that they disable this across their 1.5 million WordPress installs. Every WP Engine site has WordPress revisions disabled by default. If you need a more extensive revision management system, we recommend using a third-party editing system rather than relying on WordPress revisions. They can only be enabled by contacting support. They can not be enabled in the WP config or PHP INI files. They'll be overwritten. If you migrated a site with existing revisions and you'd like to preserve them, reach out to support to have revisions enabled. Support can help you enable 3 revisions at the start. Old revisions will be automatically removed after 60 days. They say it's slowing down your site. What they mean is that they want to avoid paying to store the data. I have a feeling it does. WordPress is notoriously slow, and if disabling and like a multiplier on the amount of data you have makes it faster, I can see it. But I don't know enough about how it actually works to confidently say that turning off revisions makes it faster. I know someone we can ask, though. Hi, Claude. Does turning off revisions on a WordPress site make it meaningfully faster? Performance gains are usually minimal for most sites. I will say, since they're hosting any WordPress site, if those WordPress sites have terrible plugins, it's possible that those are causing the revisions to fall apart. I know now that my memory is coming back, I had certain plugins that made revisions very bad. So that is a thing. And if they're trying to make it as simple as possible, I can understand why they would try it. But as Matt's saying here, WordPress engine is the only one, WP engine is the only one that does this. They are strip mining the WordPress ecosystem, giving our users a crappier experience so they can make more money. What WP Engine gives you is not WordPress. It's something that they've chopped up, hacked, butchered to look like WordPress, but actually they're giving you a cheap knockoff and charging you more for it. That's a bold reach from they turned off this one feature to it's not WordPress anymore. This is one of the many reasons they are a cancer to WordPress, and it's important to remember that unchecked, cancer will spread. Okay. Don't start the 100 years thing. If you guys don't already know, WordPress is doing a thing where you could buy a WordPress site and hosting for 100 years, which is a weird way to get money early, but Jesus Christ. This is gonna be a fun one, I can already tell. But let's hear the whole story quick. Also, a WordPress trademark dispute has been brewing throughout because, as Matt said at the beginning of that, his mom was confused. Anyways, this was an article from Justin. Let's get his handle really quick. Justin Ferriman, who is deep in the world of CMS stuff, who has done a breakdown of the whole order of events here that I wanted to use to try and keep a grasp of what's going on. We've been looking through a lot of different sources. Huge shout out to my research team for helping me cover this as best we can. This article is probably the best top to bottom, so we're using it as our main source, but we'll be hopping around throughout. Anyways, Matt versus WP Engine, too far. WordPress co-founder Matt Mullenweg picked a fight with WP Engine, even calling them a cancer. And for what it's worth, these types of petty disputes are far from new for Matt. All the way back in 2015, he got in a fight with one of the people in the community making themes. They had a theme called Thesis, if I recall. I'm trying to find the part here. Yeah, Chris Pearson's created DIY Themes, which was an early commercial theme industry. I want to find the thing Matt pushed, where their like specific disagreement is. Yeah, Chris did not like the weird religious cult bullshit going on in WordPress, and that he should be able to monetize it with things like themes. But Matt wanted to squash Pearson because he didn't like somebody else making money that way off of what he considered his ecosystem. They've both been childish throughout, but the main thing I wanted to highlight here was that since the theme thesis was doing well by this Chris dude, Matt bought the domain thesis.com for apparently over $150,000. Sorry, the $100,000 offer on the table for Mullenweg. Larry gave Pearson an opportunity to buy it for $115K, which he didn't do. But again, like, Matt bought this domain for over $100,000 just to troll this dude. Like, that's the level he's on. He's a chronic hater. Anyways, did you catch Matt's keynote talk at WordPress? Did you catch Matt's keynote talk at WordCamp US this year? It was pretty boilerplate as far as his talks usually go, but there's one part that stood out to nearly everyone, and that was his comments towards WP Engine and their lack of contributions to the WordPress project. Matt expressed his annoyance at the contributions made by WP Engine to WordPress, comparing their 47 hours per week to Automatic's 3,700. You get the idea. Basically the same quote that I had from that other blog post. These are some pretty strong words, and I'm sure it doesn't feel good to be called out in a negative light at one of the biggest WordPress events of the year. As such, I was curious to see the response from WP Engine, as these were some harsh words from the man at the top. I put a tweet out saying the same. Waiting on WP Engine's response to Matt and the WordPress community after getting called out during his talk. The post, which was cited in an article on WP Tavern, started the number... Also, just random tangent. Part of why there are so many blogs about all this is because WordPress is the original blog platform. So all of the most hardcore WordPress people are also bloggers and have multiple blogs. So all of them wrote about this because they all like blogs. That's why they're part of the WordPress world, which is just, it's a funny thing that it's just clicked in my head. The reason there's 30 fucking articles about this is because everybody in this ecosystem has a blog. Anyways. As you would expect, WP Engine wasn't far behind with their response. In summary, they said something to the effect of the following. WP Engine has contributed to WordPress innovation for over a decade, advancing the ecosystem and supporting devs in millions of sites. They invest heavily in the community through sponsorships, educational events like Decode, and development tools such as FOSS.js and WP GraphQL. And WordPress Engine is committed to fostering creativity and empowering WordPress developers to keep their CMS at the forefront of web development. This is making me think more about the contribution point because I really hate this like hour split point, because Automatic chooses how much time other companies spend to an extent. They pick what's being worked on, what efforts are being advanced, which PRs are getting reviewed, what code is getting merged, what features are being focused on. All of those things are being done by Automatic because it's their project. It's unfair of them to expect other companies to contribute even close to their level because they kind of control the level they can contribute at. What I would like to see are how much are other companies contributing in terms of hours a week. And if he can't cite that, he's only comparing a random contracting company and like hosting company to the company that made the thing and controls it. That's an unfair comparison. And I wish he made a more fair one so I could actually judge it instead of being like, what the fuck are you doing? Anyways, the point versus the delivery. Matt's become far more divisive in recent years. Are you sure about that? Did I close the thesis article? I did, but seems like he's been a pretty petty bastard for a long time now. So I don't know if I agree that this is recent, but I'm not in the ecosystem. I can't say for sure. I'll take their word on it. Call it the size of WordPress, or maybe just the demeanor of someone who has been the focus of so many attacks for 2 decades. Whatever the reason, he's clearly tired of being politically correct all the time. How many times did he say cancer in that article? Jesus. Yeah, not caring anymore. What often happens is that he'll make a point, people will argue the point for a moment, and then they start to get angry at the way the point was raised. They attack the messenger, for lack of a better term. But it's not like it isn't warranted at times. I've been around WordPress long enough to have seen Matt air out personal vendettas rather publicly, wrapped up in some kind of, I'm looking out for what's best for everyone sentiment. I hate this shit. I hate when people are assholes and they get away with it because they're saying, I'm doing it for the greater good. God, the fake nice guy shit. Like, I'll take an asshole over a fake nice guy any day. The people whose like whole aesthetic is being nice, I hate it. Not a Kent subtweet, by the way. Kent's actually that nice. As crazy as it sounds, Kenzie Dodds is 100% real. I didn't believe it until I hung out with him multiple times. That human being is pure kindness and gold from like out to in. But for every Kent Dodds, there's 100 people thinking and acting like they're Kent Dodds. So yeah, I feel you here. This actually ends up having the opposite effect in that the focus shifts to Matt, the person, not what it is that he's trying to point out. Because look, as far as I can tell, there is a valid point here. This post by Noel does a pretty good job outlining that point. It's a valid discussion, but I think many comments are missing the point. WP Engine is not yet another WordPress company, but a $400 million in annual revenue machine with only 1,100 employees. That's insane that a WordPress company can have 1,100 employees. Horrifying. The question thus being, if you're the market leader, exclusively selling WP and nothing else, then why are you only contributing 1 to 2 full-time engineers, like 0.1% for the future? The options come down to the following. We agree with 5 for the future and are putting a plan in place, but Matt says there have already been multiple discussions. We don't agree with the 5 for the future and contribute in other ways, or we don't want to contribute to 5 for the future as it'll negatively impact our margins and profit. Matt's point is simple. There's a massive amount of value extraction going on here. You know what? I need to look up what this 5 for the future thing is. Five for the Future is a stewardship program inviting companies to dedicate resources to advancing WordPress. 5% and 5 for the Future is an aspirational target. So apparently the goal is for you to contribute. I want to figure out where the 5% actually is defined. Yeah, so the goal of 5 for the Future, as I understand it, is that you should be contributing 5% of your efforts, your success, your revenue, whatever, to WordPress, right below the green box. It doesn't say right under the green box. What are you talking about? It's all just wording. Bullshit. Okay, represents a goal, yeah, to contribute 5% of your time rate. That's what I thought. Cool. Yeah, so quick TLDR on 5 for the Future. It's a WordPress idea. Again, somewhat cult vibe, somewhat trying to be good stewards. The point is that they want you to try to contribute 5% of your time or resources to the WordPress project if you're making a lot of success off of WordPress. So in the case of 1,100 employees making $400 million in annual revenue, they're expecting 5%, which would be a bit over 50 employees and a shitload of money. And they're not getting that. That said, you can't just pour infinite resources into something like WordPress and expect it to keep getting better. Like, how much more needs to be improved in WordPress right now? I would be very curious to look at like what the pull requests are like on WordPress, like what's changing, what are the actual thousands of hours going towards. Having more cooks in the kitchen doesn't necessarily make things better. Oh shit, A4 Digital with the raid. Thank you so much. Good to see you. Hope all has been well. Shout out A4 Digital. If y'all want more awesome code streams, check out A4 for sure. More code than you'll get from me. And for those who don't know me, I'm Theo. I film YouTube videos live on Twitch, mostly covering full stack software dev stuff. Today we're talking about WordPress because there's drama in the WordPress world. But I have a bunch of topics that I go through throughout the stream. Try to record ideally 7 videos a stream, covering all these fun, interesting things. I also run a company or two. The big one is ping.gg. We originally were building tools for streamers, but now we're building tools for developers like Upload Thing. So if you want to add file uploads to your service, if you want to collaborate with your friends live, or you just want to talk shit about JavaScript, you're in the right place. Thank you so much for stopping by. God damn it, Gabriel. I speak Spanish about as well as a third grader who is taking a Spanish class and then grew 20 years and hasn't thought about it since. I do not know any Spanish. Am I a Laravel dev now? No comment. Hey, thank you again, A4, for dropping by. Everybody give her a follow. Great content. Back to it. Yeah. So as I was saying, the expectation that every company contributes that much that's not realistic. There's no other world. Like, imagine if every company that succeeds with Linux, if every hosting company in the world had to contribute 5% of their profit to Linux, that would just make Linux worse at that point. Matt's point is simple. There's a massive amount of value extraction going on here, as the money being made on WordPress, well, on WP specifically, isn't even interfacing with the open source project, but directly exiting this ecosystem. In some ways, highlighting that WP Engine isn't planning to be here beyond the next economic cycle. Otherwise, it would surely strive for the future. As with anything open source, small seeds now become large trees later. The problem is exacerbated as WP Engine is continuously expanding its moat and constricting the project's ability to grow. As $100 to WP Engine instead of Bluehost makes WordPress or open source worse off. I don't fully agree with this. There's a point at which the thing is well enough funded. If WordPress is struggling because there isn't enough funding, then we should be having that conversation, not this one. Because this conversation isn't WordPress is struggling, they need more help. It's this company is finding success with WordPress, therefore they are evil. People in chat are getting it, which is awesome. If this is how open source worked, it would ruin open source. I absolutely agree. Absolutely agree. And honestly, I'd rather the license just be explicit about it than this weird reality of if you get popular enough, you can still use it, but the guy who made WordPress is going to be an asshole to you. That seems much worse than most open source models. This is like the Linus BFDL, but less benevolent. This is also fun that Matt ran a poll, and most people think WP Engine should still be allowed to have a booth at WordCamp. Most people disagree with him. I certainly disagree with him. Matt's been popping up across various channels, seemingly defending his view and attempting to make points about WP Engine's lack of contributions, despite their size and financial resources. Unfortunately, those points are now falling upon deaf ears because of the manner and frequency in which the attacks are coming. To be fair, I think the core point is bad too, but the fact that it's packaged with all of these horrible things with it, that's not good. This is just a disaster. Matt published this post on the official WordPress.org news about how WP Engine turns off revision history, which he considers an important feature in WordPress's core, in order to save money. To drive home another point, he uses the mini story about his mom confusing the two brands, which was the basis for the title of the post. To cap it off, he refers to WP Engine as a cancer. Yikes. So we wonder a few things. First, are people actually confusing WP Engine with WordPress? 2, is it ever okay to call businesses and the people working there cancer? Yeah, but it depends. It has to be very severe. And then 3, should this have been posted on his personal blog instead? Yeah, putting that on the WordPress.org site's shitty, to say the least. That's real shitty. Imagine if there was an official Linux blog and Linus went on a rant about how shitty NVIDIA was there. That, even for Linus, would be a bit much. So instead, he just complains in interviews. Speaking of the personal blog, Matt did write a blog post about investors, and if they are inherently bad. Something he likely wanted to touch on because WordPress Engine's impressive investment over the years. He contends that investors are essential for entrepreneurship, but they are both good and bad investors. It's important to evaluate their track records and actions after investing. Private equity investors can be beneficial, especially when they respect open source values and support the community, as seen with Automatics investors. And actions matter more than words. Companies should be judged based on how their behavior impacts communities and ecosystems over time. Yeah, all fair. I'm also in the middle of one of my first bad investor experiences. I'm just going to axe them probably, but it's stressful. Even for small amounts, a bad investor can just be such a drain. I'm not surprised by his viewpoint, given that Automatic has taken its fair share of investment, though I do take exception to his claim that investors are essential for entrepreneurship. That is not true at all. In the same sense that a stove isn't essential to being a chef, yeah, but you have to understand that you're the exception. Most successful companies start via investment or have investment as a key part of how they found success. Same way most chefs use a stove. The statement that stoves are essential is not a statement saying you can't cook without a stove. It's a statement that says stoves are essential. Investors are essential. It's not a statement saying that you have to have one to be an entrepreneur. It's just that it makes success significantly more likely, and succeeding without investment makes it significantly harder. I mean, I don't know what LearnDash's revenue looks like. I'm sure LearnDash is doing very well, but it's hard to find that level of success. Like you're not a publicly traded company. You're certainly not like a multi-hundred million, if not billion-dollar company. Like, that's bootstrapping. And like bootstrapping and indie hacking are very different from entrepreneurship. Just weird things. I don't want to like sit here and complain forever about it, but like the thing that Levels.io is doing and the thing that like the founders of Notion or that I'm doing, those are different things. We should be able to acknowledge them as different. Speaking of not being able to acknowledge things, Matt's mind is made up. Matt has always taken on the role of open source protector, and whenever he feels that it is being taken advantage of, he attacks. And his attacks can be quite harsh. Again, the weird $100,000 on the domain to fuck with somebody thing, he goes hard. He feels that this is happening with WP Engine, though it also has an adverse effect for him and that the community starts to highlight some hypocrisy. So restricting third-party plugins and themes for years is okay. Competing for .org plugins in the SERPs is okay, but turning off revisions is cancer. Yeah. For what it's worth, WordPress.com has been very strict about what plugins you are and aren't allowed to use, as well as themes, because they want to make money with their features instead, which is not to the spirit of open source. Imagine if Vercel made it so you couldn't deploy other frameworks or use other vendors for accessing data. Like, that would just be, what the fuck are you doing? But he does that, and then he complains that others are making alternatives, because WP Engine certainly doesn't have those same restrictions. History has shown that when Matt makes his mind up about something, nothing will shake him from it. For what it is worth, this is the biggest red flag about anyone for me. An inability to change your mind, and like publicly so. Something I will often ask people if we're like deep in the weeds on a disagreement. It's a simple question. What would it take to change your mind? What piece of information would convince you that this isn't true? So if we go back to the earlier take of what piece of information would it take for me to be convinced that investment isn't an essential thing to be a successful entrepreneur, I would need to see a significant percentage of companies become billion-dollar businesses that are on the stock market without taking investment money early stage. I could set a number. Like if there's 5% of Fortune 500 never took investment money, I'll immediately walk that stance back. But it's important to have a threshold in your head of like, at what point will my mind change? There are even some crazy studies on this where if there's somebody who has a strong belief and you present them information that confirms the belief, it might make them believe it slightly more. But if you present them information that contradicts the belief, it makes them believe it even more than that. So if somebody has a set belief and you try to enforce it, it'll become slightly stronger. If you try to push back on it, it will explode and it'll become way stronger. And that's a toxic trait that humans have. And if you're talking with somebody who can't get over that and they can't reflect and come up with the point at which their mind would change, at this point, I just cut off interaction. I stop because those people are ticking time bombs. And it sounds like Matt is one of those people. If you're unable to identify the point at which your mind would change and then publicly do that mind changing, I don't want to talk to you. And I've changed my mind about a ton of shit to the point where it's become a meme because I've changed my mind on so many things since I started the channel. It's like, oh, Theo changes frameworks all the time. Yeah, I change my mind about what doesn't make sense and what doesn't work. And I document all of that because I think it's important for people to see that over time we grow, our minds change, we evolve, and we do better. And you cannot do better if you're unwilling to change. And it seems like Matt has no interest in doing better because he seems very unwilling to change. As the author points out here, backlash makes him dig in further. That's the key red flag I just cannot deal with. If being shown that you're wrong makes you feel more right, you are a person I don't want to talk to. He'll go down on that ship, but he knows the ship will never go down because the ocean is the community that contributes to and depends on WordPress in their daily lives. That also sucks that he affected, and this is a thing I've seen a lot too, where certain people, once they hit a certain level of notoriety and reach and have a community, they can get away with being wrong because there's people who will blindly follow them down those wrong paths. And this is a thing I've also tried really hard to prevent in my own community. I don't want to ever be in an echo chamber. I want to know that if I say something stupid, chat will call me out for it. and my comment section will push against me. Or my friends who talk to me about these things all of the time will tell me, hey, Theo, you screwed up here. And if that ever changes, then I'm going to stop doing content immediately because I need to know when I'm wrong. What Matt has done is the opposite. He's built himself a place where it doesn't matter how wrong he is, his position doesn't change. But it also has the opposite effect where if he does change his mind and he becomes more right, it might actually hurt him because people will lose some of that, like, oh, I can trust everything he says. The holier than thou thing. I would say that somebody like DHH is in a similar boat too, where he has built this cult around him that makes it really hard to push back on any of his beliefs. And that sucks. It keeps you from growing. And these communities become these toxic cesspits too. And I'm thankful to see people are finally pushing back. Like this poll here is the most hope I've had thus far that maybe Matt's poked his little bubble a little too hard here. Anyways, qualifying contributions is in poor taste. If I take the time to separate the inflammatory rhetoric and poor choice of message delivery, I do think there's an important point that Matt is bringing to the community's attention. WP Engine indeed does have the fortunate position to contribute more to WordPress in terms of hours. What I don't like, however, is that Matt is outlining what he considers to be an acceptable contribution. Sponsoring WordCamp, that doesn't count. Not to him, anyway. This is a way of polarizing the less visible in the community. The individual developer who has a small plugin business is proud to sponsor their local WordCamp, but the message being sent from the boardroom is that this is a meh form of contribution. In other words, don't feel too good about it. It's not really valued. That does suck. It's important to allow all contributors to feel good about their types of contribution. And for Matt to go after WP Engine this way, that has people getting caught in the crossfire and strays for sure. Imagine you're like a small startup that's doing well with WordPress and you wanted to contribute to Automatic and WordPress. So you spend a bunch of money, like half your company's revenue for the year, in order to get a big booth at WordCamp to celebrate WordPress and thank them for it. And then you see this all going on. You're like, wait, but I just put all this money and effort in to contribute with WordCamp. That doesn't count? The fuck? It would feel really bad. It would feel so bad. Matt has come down hard on WordPress hosts for some time. GoDaddy, Pagely, which is now part of GoDaddy, as well as Pantheon, have all come to mind. I think he has higher expectations of them than the average WordPress user. Maybe we all should. They are the ones with the money and the resources to really move the needle for WordPress projects. They're the ones with the money and resources to really move the needle for the WordPress project. To date, it doesn't appear like any host is living up to Matt's unspoken expectations. Real quick, this doesn't need to be in the video, but this means a lot. Thank you, Sermon. I'm happy we put the effort into the upload thing, outage communication, even if people are assholes about it afterwards. I think we handled that great, and I'm really happy that people get it and that our customers understand. And now for where it gets real fun. On September 23rd, not too long after this post was originally published, WP Engine issued a cease and desist against Matt and Automatic. I must say, he does not look good, especially all the threatening text that he sent prior to starting his public attacks on WordPress Engine. One day later, September 24th, Matt and Automatic issued their own cease and desist with some heavy emphasis on the use of the WordPress trademark. This is interesting because there's many businesses that use the WordPress name similarly to WP Engine. This could have some far-reaching ramifications for the entire industry, depending on how it plays out. Yep, and we're going to read these because I am so excited. Here's the cease and desist from WP Engine to Matt. We are a litigation counsel for WP Engine, and we write to address the serious and repeated misconduct Automatic has directed towards WP Engine over the past several days. Stunningly, Automatic's CEO threatened that if WP Engine does not agree to pay Automatic, his for-profit entity, a very large sum of money before a September 20th keynote addressing at the WordCamp US convention, that he was going to embark on a self-described scorched earth nuclear approach towards WP Engine within the WordPress community and beyond. Okay. So Matt's actually threatening them ahead of time, and all of this is because he wants more money. Okay, this will be fun. Do they have citations of the texts? If I'm going to make the case to the WP community about why we're banning WPE, I need to do it in my talk tomorrow. Your delay is just trying to remove that. I have 14 slides so far. Working title for the talk: How Private Equity Can Hollow Out and Destroy Open Source Communities, a story in 4 parts. Should I run these slides or not? Is next week a negotiation on the percent or happening at all? I'm not going to be able to walk it back. I know this is the nuclear option. It sets us down a specific path. This is all almost like manic texting. This is insane. If you're saying next week, that's saying no. So I'll proceed with the scorched earth nuclear approach to WordPress engine. Sorry, WP engine. I need to stop doing that. Thank you for the clarity. It gives me time to work on things and hone my message. I'm literally waiting for them to finish the raffle so my talk can start. I can easily make it just a Q&A, or I can make it... I'm losing my voice. Goddamn. One sec. This is like an insane intimidation tactic to just be like spam texting them during the event. Picture of the crowd. I'm literally waiting for them to finish the raffle so my talk can start. I can make it just a Q&A about WP very easily. Insane. Actually insane. And now there's proof of people canceling their subscriptions to WP Engine because of Matt's commentary, and Matt reposting them in order to signal boost them. So there's demonstrated business harm too. Also, no longer listed on WordPress.org's recommended hosts. It's a whole thing. Nuts. And then Automatic's response was to go after them for trademark. For those just catching up, since being taken over by a private equity firm, Silver Lake, in 2018, WP Engine has built a $500 million a year business by confusing customers with their commercial use of the WordPress and WooCommerce trademarks. Automatic has tried for years to get WP Engine to obtain a commercial license for trademark use and contribute to the core software that they rely on. But WP Engine has repeatedly declined to be a partner or contribute. If you gave $1 to the WordPress Foundation, you'd be a bigger donor than WordPress Engine. September 23rd, Automatic sent the following cease and desist letter to WP Engine, outlining WP Engine's patterns of unauthorized usage of the WordPress and WooCommerce trademarks and demanding that WP Engine stop such behavior. WP Engine's business model is based on extensive and unauthorized use of these trademarks in ways that mislead consumers into believing that WP Engine is synonymous with WordPress. It's not. This is trademark abuse, not fair competition. Kind of nuts to go die on an entirely different, unrelated hill because you didn't like how things were going and you just want this company to hurt. We have the full letter. They said they have exhibits. Let's see them. That's their trademark, their trademark, their trademark, WooCommerce, WooCommerce. I want to see the exhibits of them misusing. Okay, cool. Here is, because they say WordPress on it, it's misuse. They say WordPress, so it's misuse. They say WordPress, so it's misuse. Yeah, those are their exhibits, is the use of the word WordPress. Now, oh God, they're going to cite me because I said WordPress engine multiple times. God damn it. For any lawyers that might watch this, I have never confused WP Engine and WordPress. When I'm saying the words over and over, I sometimes mental autocomplete to saying WordPress because I'm reading it. And when I'm reading Matt's use of WP, which he means is WordPress, I say WordPress. So blame Matt for using that abbreviation, which isn't part of their trademark, to mean WordPress and causing me to say it over and over again as I'm recording. I would never have mistaken these two brands. I will not allow for my works to be cited as examples, and if they are being misused, and I trust the defense to take advantage of me saying this now in order to use that as a counter. God, I really hope this stuff doesn't end up in court, but if it does, I'm on WP Engine's side, but all sides here are kind of shitty. Even a mere 8% royalty on WordPress engine's $400 million in annual revenue. That's what they're asking for. An 8% royalty. That's insane. That's insane. Yeah. God damn. Also, here's Matt calling out on Twitter. In order to use the WordPress trademark commercial, you need to have a commercial license from Automatic. This is not a thing they have pushed ever before. And as people are saying in the comments here, it's tough to shut the barn door once the horses are out of the barn in copyright law. Yep. Good luck with that in court when you set a precedent that it was okay up to this point, even as an investor. It's hilarious that Matt is blasting WPE for corporate shenanigans while doing this in the most greedy corporate way possible. Yep. Hypocrisy aside, Matt's damaging WordPress. WP's ecosystem is precisely why we're here. If he scares enough of them away, there's going to be better alternatives down the line. Might not be here next, or it might not be next year, but it'll be here soon enough. I get he's mad. I get he's frustrated, but he needs to act like a leader and take some anger management classes. Yes. People in higher positions need a lot more coaching than you would think. This screams like this dude needs a coach to like hold his hand through these things because he is freaking the fuck out. I don't know how much. Is this article just that? Is that the whole thing? It's all just like auto scroll. Make sure there's something important here. This site sucks. Phase, this is just for the like intro part with the 43%. You can probably use the take from the intro, but if this take is better, use it. Today, WordPress counts Meta, Samsung, and USA Today as customers, and it powers over 43% of all sites on the internet. 43%. That is insane. The next biggest is Shopify at 4%. Insanity. Definitely include this chart in the intro at the very least. Cool. Well, I guess it's time to move to Drupal, right? I got nothing else. So until next time, peace, nerds. Cool. One more down. Whew. What do you got for me here? This I need to include. Good call out. Is there a link to this, Janet? That was added this week. Oh boy. If I go to archive. Not the archive I wanted. I wanted archive.org. There we go. I've already donated so much money to archive.org in Wayback Machine. I don't need to do more. We'll go to just August 1st, sure. You're trying to find it, Janet? Thank you. Really appreciate that if you can find it. So an important call out. Somebody found this in the WordPress Foundation trademark page. The abbreviation WP is not covered by the WordPress trademarks, but please don't use it in a way that confuses people. For example, many people think WP Engine is WordPress Engine and officially associated with WordPress, which it's not. They've never once even donated to the WordPress Foundation, despite making billions of revenue on top of WordPress. They do spend a lot of other money on WordPress, like WordCamp, but don't call that out. But we also just checked Web Archive. This is not even a month ago. The abbreviation WP is not covered by WordPress trademarks, and you are free to use it in any way you see fit. That's all you need to see here. The trademark thing is bullshit. They're just lying. This is what it said before. Now they're explicitly calling it out WP Engine. They say, please don't use it in a way that confuses people, which isn't like a formal request, but they can't defend themselves with this in court. They have literally no way. They cannot defend the use of WP, or they cannot go after the use of the WP abbreviation. They can't. They have clearly made that impossible for themselves going forward. And apparently the WordPress Foundation just filed for the WP trademark. Or is it for managed WordPress? Is that the trademark? This is back in July. This isn't new. RIP. Yeah, cut this part. This isn't new. If somebody finds a source on them trying to trademark WP recently, that'll be cool to include. But, yeah. I like how UI Wizard put this. WordPress is a platform. Only Automatic makes it confusing because they use the name for their company and their platform. I totally agree. Again, Vercel makes Next.js, but those are two different things. Vercel is the company for hosting that can use lots of other platforms, and Next.js is the framework that you can host many other places. But the fact that like WordPress.com and .org are different things is very confusing. WordPress.com is the commercial hosting platform by Automatic. WordPress.org is the site for the open source WordPress framework. To show some more of this confusion, actually, I saw this awesome mind map that somebody made because this was hard to follow. Shout out to Josh Robs for creating this. Is there a homogenous spirit for there to be a community? If so, what does the community want? Here's all of the other questions that can come from that. But yeah, that's just like that side's less interesting. What's more interesting here is the WordPress engine, because Matt's take is WPE is bad, and there are points why. He says they don't do enough for the 5 for the fight or whatever that thing I talked about earlier was. He also said that they disable post versions by default being bad. They're owned by Silver Lake, which is bad, and the branding's confusing. His example for this is that his mom was confused. Also, does she know the difference between Java and JavaScript? Great question. As the author said, they've never known anyone confused by this, especially when you compare WP.com versus WP.org, which is actually quite confusing. Like, if there's brand confusion, that's their problem, not ours. Also, great question. Why isn't Newfold, like Bluehost, bad? They're a rebrand of, not familiar with what that is. But yeah. What about GoDaddy? Why did they stop being a parasitic company? WP.com charges for you to be able to change fonts. And GoDaddy disables cron, which is even worse. Wasn't Matt an investor when WP Engine was doing this? Wasn't Matt speaking at WP Engine events when he was doing, or when all this was going on? And this is an irrelevant shot. Like, why is this the thing he's calling out? Like, he just randomly changed the thing he was calling out like 4 fucking times. He started with, they're not really WordPress. Then he pivoted to, they're violating the trademark. But in reality, he's upset that they weren't giving enough money, so he went after them for not giving enough code. It is just kind of crazy. I see why someone would be inspired to make this just to keep track of all the weird tangents he's going on. Because Matt's kind of insane here. It's clear that he doesn't have an actual specific reason that he's upset with them. He just hates everything they stand for and is just grabbing at all these different things to try and overload them with hate. Interesting. Apparently, WordPress.org has blocked WP Engine customers from updating and installing plugins and themes via WP admin. There's no impact on the performance, reliability, or security of your site. nor does it affect or impact your ability to make updates to your code or content. Fun. Because WordPress.org is the open source host of all the plugins and things you can install, and it seems like they're now blocking WP Engine hosts, which is just pathetic and petty as fuck. That's insane. These guys, Matt is so petty. I can't believe he's getting away with this. Like how petty is this tweet? Someone made a brilliant suggestion. Use the commercial trademark license to start a new hosting brand called WordPress Engine and match all the pricing and offerings of WPE. Spend millions on marketing WordPress Engine and get customers. Start a conference, Recode, WordPress Engine Roundup, and a building WordPress Engine services or series. Instead of Torque, we'll call it Twist. This dude. This fucking dude. Everybody's saying here that like they're not getting what he's saying. He's getting ratioed really hard. WordPress and WooCommerce are products. They offer hosting for these products. Service descriptions are considered trademark violations. This would send shockwaves across the hosting world and would be deemed ridiculous. Yep. Matt's just changing the point he wants to make over and over again because he doesn't have a real one. He had one other tweet that was fun. I'm open sourcing my personal nonprofit donations for the past 12 years. Just bragging and dick measuring about how much money he is donating, flexing how rich he is, and also in turn flexing how little they actually need the money from WP Engine. Like, what? What? What a fucking weird thing to flex. Yeah, WP Engine is cheap and WordPress Enterprise expensive. That makes sense. See why they're upset if the pricing gap is big enough. What are we looking at here? What was this link supposed to be to? Is that the right link, Doc? Oh, just WP-admin? Yeah, I know WP admin is a thing, but it's not part of their trademark. That can be cut. I think that's everything for this. I think that's everything. Let me know if I'm wrong. Cool. Thank you, Cooper. Appreciate it. Let me grab the most important links here quick. I have to reopen a bunch of shit. These are the core ones. Cool. Think we covered everything here. What a fucking video. Matt open sourcing his donations is like the influencers that film homeless people. Yeah. Yeah. That was a fun one. Let's go through all the subs that I missed while I was doing that. Oh, Gabriel's the one who gifted the sub. Thank you, Gabriel. I missed a ton of subs. Jesus, I'm so sorry, guys. Think I got you, Trace. Regardless, we'll start here. Thank you for the 4 months of Prime. Januland hitting the 17 months. Doc Devs. Oh, the tier 2. I remember you doing the tier 2 sub now. My memory's coming back. Sorry that Eva hacked me again, but content, right? Yep. Jack Tier with the 8 months in. Appreciate that. Nixie hitting the 3-stream streak. Julian, 21 months. 15 stream streak from Sporto. Thank you again for the most useful tool anybody's built me in a long time. Very, very handy. We got Lucy Furno with the 6 months straight. Thank you for that. We got CD Henrique, 5 months in. Appreciate that too. Gabriel again gifting 47. Very helpful, especially when I'm filming, so it's easier to see his name. MK Pones with the tier 1, 2 months in. Appreciate that too. We got Ninja Bit Dev, 13 months, over a year now. God damn. Leah Lundquist, 16 months in. Always good to see you, Leah. Thanks for stopping by. Same Black Cat, 7 months in. We got Under Nightcore with the Prime 2. Ebrebs, 9 months total. Not been with the Prime 2. I don't use CMSs much, but I've heard okay things about DirectUs. These leaked a day or two ago, if I recall. They look a lot less cringe than the Snapchat ones. But I don't know if I want AR glasses. I really like the current Meta Ray-Bans. As much as I hate to say that, they're actually quite nice. Oh, not been with the Prime. Thank you for that. Twitch stopped letting you share the resub thingy, but it's 22 months now. It gets really annoying with how that shows up. But congrats, in 22 months. Almost at the 2-year mark. Jesus Christ. Yeah, the Ray-Bans are actually cool and useful. I've enjoyed them more than I ever would have expected. Cool. We got 3 actual videos so far. We're now at over 2.5 hours. Oh, the sub is it's $5 a month, $6 a month now, to give you access to the emotes, let you skip ads, and like you get access to like the private channels in Discord and things like that. Mira's leaving? What the fuck? What the fuck? She was the one who like held everything together. The fuck? That's kind of nuts. Good reply from Sam, but Jesus Christ. Okay, I'm going through all of the like, do I need to make this a video or not right now? She was the CTO. She was an interim CEO. Midwest FX with the Prime. Thank you for that. She wasn't. She was one of the few fighting to save Sam. The thing I'm trying to decide on, so that video is only useful, will only have any reach at all if I get it out literally tonight. The ARC video probably has 2 to 3 days before it's no longer relevant. The WordPress video probably also has 2 to 3 days before it's not relevant. The Deno video I should do in the next 2 to 3 days. It will be much less relevant, but like whatever, the hype cycle there's not big enough that it sucks. If I do the MKBHD one, that has to be out tonight if I do it, because the hype cycle run, that's already dying. So I have like 5 videos that I have to do in the next 3 days, multiple of which have to be today. It's important to cut the ones that will perform less well than the ones that will perform well, because I only do a video a day. And if I put out 2 videos in a day, both will perform worse. So this is the like just limitation of oversaturation. Like, which of the things that need to be out in the next 2 days are the ones that I actually want to do within the next 2 days? And I don't think more OpenAI drama fits, especially because my last few OpenAI videos despite being some of my better ones, kind of bombed. People seem burnt out on the topic of OpenAI specifically. They're much more interested in applications of AI stuff. So I'm going to pass on that one, as tempting as it is, because I don't have enough to add to the conversation. And yeah, that's really it. I don't have enough to add to the conversation. The MKBHD one, I would have to build the app, is the thing, which is a lot of work. It also is just inviting drama. And I like that crew. Like, I generally quite like MKBHD. I've learned a ton from him. But, yeah. Yeah, the MKBHD one doesn't really feel on brand for me. I do like listening to Mark speak, so marker meta thing IDK if vid. Probably won't be a video, but I am curious. I would like to see this, so we will watch it together.
Is different from every other screen that you have ever used. And that is because it is not actually a screen. It is a completely new kind of display architecture with these tiny projectors in the arms of the glasses that shoot light into waveguides that have nanoscale 3D structures etched into the lenses so they can diffract light and put holograms at different depths and sizes into the world in front of you. And all of that is directed by custom silicon and sensors that we designed and powered by a battery that fits in the arm of the glasses. It is an absolutely incredible amount of technology to be able to miniaturize and fit into a pair of glasses and a small puck that goes with it to help power the whole thing. All right, so how are you going to interact with the glasses? Well, there's a few ways that this is going to work. They're going to do voice and AI. They're going to do hand tracking and eye tracking, so you can select UI elements by looking at them.
How is Twitter's player this bad? I have gigabit, and it's lagging. I am intrigued, though. New display technology is always very interesting to me, and they actually invented new display technology for this. Like, this is actually something novel in terms of the projector for the display functionality. And they have the right experts local, like at Meta, to do this. I'm very curious where this goes.
But there's one more way that you're going to be able to interact with them that is really pretty neat. A neural interface.
Brain scanning. Oh boy.
See, voice is great, but the thing is sometimes you're in public and you don't want to say what you're trying to do with your computer out loud. Hand tracking is neat for controlling different interfaces, but you don't want to like walk down the street like this, right? So I think that you need a device that allows you to just send a signal from your brain to the device. So this isn't just the first full screen, like full wide field of view holographic AR glasses. This is also the first device that is powered by our wrist-based neural interface. So when people have gotten to try out these glasses, we've shown them to a handful of people at this point. It's like an emotional experience. I mean, like people are kind of giddy, they don't want to take them off. A lot of people have said that this is the craziest technology they've ever seen. It was enough that I wanted to add to this keynote a montage of some of the fun reactions that people have had, since it's pretty wild. So you want to cut to that for a second?
Oh boy.
My God.
Ah.
Wow. Whoa.
Well, that is insane. The weight of this is just...
The music's gonna get me copyright struck. I have to mute. That's annoying. Like, as soon as I hear music, I just instinctively have to mute. Wish I could have like subtitles on this or something. Anybody else? People seem hyped. Cool. Love that they grabbed the recent richest man in the world for it. Mute for stream, listen to Jensen. I don't know how easily I can do that. This should work. Oh no, I can't even hear. The way I have my audio routed, I can't hear. Oh, fuck, wrong button. Yeah, I can't. I literally am unable to without risking copyright. Blame them, not me. I've had too many copyright strikes from this type of bullshit in my life. Not doing it again. Not risking it. Sorry. Oh, I saw somebody say something about... This I did not have. No, this needs to be included too. God damn it. Great. Since I finished filming this video, like literally less than an hour ago, another blog post on the WordPress.org site. WP Engine is banned from WordPress.org. I saw this, briefly mentioned it on the WP Engine support page, but here's the official statement. Any WP Engine customers having trouble with their sites should contact WP Engine support and ask them to fix it. I won't bore you with the story on how WP Engine broke thousands of customer sites yesterday in their haphazard attempt to block our attempts to inform the wider WordPress community regarding their disabling and locking down a WordPress core feature in order to extract profit. This sounds like too many layers for me to believe it at all. Heard a rumor that WP Engine's trying to remove the news feed from WP admin dashboard so people don't see my posts about them. Can anybody confirm or deny that? We had a couple users where the websites broke because of that. Sure. They don't want you to know the truth. You don't want to tell the truth, Matt. You're a fucking lunatic. And yes, I can understand why they would want to add a quick filter to make sure a hit piece on them isn't included on the dashboard for their fucking website. That makes all the sense in the world. So for you to just block them entirely. Also, this is straight up harassment. Telling the people to go contact their support and ask them to fix it when they're not the ones who broke things. This is you inciting harassment. I, as a public figure, I'm very careful about things like this. In fact, I'll do it now. Do not harass anyone I'm covering in this video. This is unacceptable. What he is doing is unacceptable. And if I catch any of you motherfuckers doing something even vaguely similar to what he's encouraging, I'm banning you. You're not part of my community. I don't allow that shit. I don't care how long you've been a fan for. Don't harass the people I talk about. He is literally encouraging it in this post, though. What the fuck? What I will tell you, that pending their legal claims and litigation against WordPress.org, WP Engine no longer has free access to WordPress.org's resources. WP Engine wants to control your WordPress experience. They need to run their own user login system, update servers, plugin directory, theme directory, pattern directory, block directory, translations, photo directory, job board, meetups, conferences, bug tracker, forums, Slack, Ping-O-Matic, and Showcase. Their servers can no longer access our servers for free. The reason WordPress sites don't get hacked as much anymore is we work with hosts to block vulnerabilities at the network layer. WP Engine will have to replicate that security research on their own. Why should WordPress.org provide these services to WP Engine for free, given their attacks on us? They're attacks on you, motherfucker. You're joking, right? WP Engine is free to offer their hacked up, bastardized simulacra of WordPress's GPL code to their customers, and they can experience WordPress as WP Engine envisions it, with them getting all of the profits and providing all of the services. If you want to experience WordPress, use any other host in the world besides WP Engine. WP Engine is not WordPress. Jesus fuck. Yeah. On the off chance anybody in Matt's immediate family is watching this, can you reach out? Not to me, to him, to be clear. This is somebody having like an episode and they need to be offline. Like him being online does nothing but hurt everyone and possibly tank billions of dollars of his own businesses. This is like you need a friend or a family member to step in and get him to stop this before he destroys everything in the process. This is unbelievable. Jesus fuck. Jesus fuck. The Brad taste of the tech world, really. Very sort of thing I'd do during a major manic episode. Yep. This, like, I'm biased because I've had a lot of people in my life who had severe mental issues, and it's very easy for me to detect mania when it's happening. Like, very easy. And this is mania. I'm not going to include this in the video. I already finished the extra recording. But, like, to be personal with y'all, this is an episode. And it's terrifying because when you have episodes like that and you're in the public eye enough, all you need is one person saying, no, you're right, to keep feeding into it. Even if the whole world, even people you love and care about are telling you, no, you're in a delusional state right now. This is not okay. You can convince yourself with just one piece of reinforcement. And that's what's happening here. This is someone who is unwell, getting away with it because he's popular enough he can find at least one person to support him. And to be a little more personal for a second, one great way to get support from people who are clueless and don't know better is to attack something that a lot of people hate. When I have people who are having episodes that are coming after me, if they publicly blast me for literal lies, they can just go at me making shit up. It doesn't matter because there's people who will be like, yeah, fuck Theo, no matter what you said. And that means you're getting the support and validation you're looking for. So you could literally delude that I'm like trying to traffic you to Antarctica. This is not far from something someone actually believed I was doing during one of their episodes. Publicly post about it and get support from people just because you're saying fuck Theo. And it's this weird side effect I never expected from being popular and being transparent, that the existence of Theo haters inherently allows for people who are having mental health like issues that involve delusions about me getting reinforcement because of it, which is an insane side effect I had just never thought through for this reason. Not for this reason, bad wording. You guys get the point. I just never thought about the fact that having haters inherently provides a safe space for mentally unwell people to dig deeper into their mental illness. And it's a really weird thing. Don't worry about swearing. Anyways. Yep. This is the big thing. When people say, like, when people... Yeah, when people hate something so bad they don't even care if the information is right or not, that drives me mad. Like, weird thing to cite, but the Mr. Beast shit. Like, there's this one dude who's been doing tons of videos about Mr. Beast stuff, and at first they seemed like really valid and credible stories. Now a lot of them are just straight up like, I heard from a guy who heard from a guy who heard somebody with the same name who might be the same guy did this thing, and it all turns out to be fake and wrong. And the response is, yeah, well, it could have been true. That's just fucking insanity. Like, you can't, like, you should lose all credibility when you back a story that's false just because you wanted it to be true. Yeah. Like, I love when people disagree with me. To be clear, like, the haters aren't the people who are like, Theo's too harsh on Flutter. Flutter's fine. Like, that's not a hater. The haters are React is mental illness, and the only reason Theo shills it is because he's paid to. If you listen to anything he says, you're not a real developer. Stop talking. You shouldn't be a coder. Go work on a farm or something. Even if it's not real, the point still stands. Yep. Fuck. Yep. This is exactly the story I was just referencing. And it's awesome to see the blowback finally hitting the creators that are just lying about those things. This is so hilarious. Hilarious. I already covered this one a little bit. Thank you, Nate. Text recap. Ooh. Hardware CEO. Tracking good. Brightness good. Contrast good. Field of view excellent. Interesting. Very interesting. Thank you. Thank you, Nate. Okay. Never mind. We have to cover OpenAI. Fucking Christ. Fuck. I didn't want to cover this today. Means a lot to have people who get it with this shit. It sucks, and I'm happy that y'all can sympathize. The WordPress storm has been over for a bit now, but more happened. OpenAI is officially closed. Oh boy. Anybody have the Miro link? I'll grab it. Cool. I'll pull chat in for this one. It's the secret CEO one is like almost entirely fake. Anyways. We've been making memes about how OpenAI is not really open for a long time now, and it's true. OpenAI is one of the major providers of models that doesn't open source their models, so you can't run them yourself. They've open sourced a lot of info about how the models work. They've been great about documenting their research, but OpenAI itself has been providing closed source software through their services for quite a while. That said, they were still that all said, they were still not a profit. That all said, they still were a nonprofit. The actual company structure was that with a board that was specifically dedicated to bettering humanity as a nonprofit charitable org. That just changed, and I really didn't think it would happen. It's an unbelievable shift, especially after all the drama last year that Prime and I covered with like 20 videos. It's come to an end, and here's the results. I didn't think this was actually going to happen. Holy shit. I just saw earlier today that, did I already close the link? I did. I saw earlier today that the CTO, Mira, was leaving, but I didn't realize it was this big. Oh God. Let's dive in. ChatGPT maker OpenAI is working on a plan to restructure its core business into a for-profit benefit corporation that will no longer be controlled by its nonprofit board. People familiar with the matter told Reuters. In a move that will make the company more attractive to investors. The way that OpenAI handles investors right now is interesting. most companies, investors buy a percentage with the hopes of being able to sell that percentage at some point in the future. OpenAI had an interesting rule where profits on an investment were capped. They had a hard cap. I think it was 10x. So once, if you invested $1 million and you could sell it for 10 million, you couldn't make more than 10 million on that sale. So this is a huge change because now investors can invest in a much more traditional way without these weird caps and whatnot on the investments. Huge shift. Very strange and unexpected. I also just realized I forgot to do an ad transition. Oh, I have one actually. I think it's only fair if Sam Altman's going to make more money, that I am too. So let's hear from our sponsor real quick. I think that was a good one. I don't know if we'll have a sponsor in time for this, but I need to get that recorded just in case. This is actually a useful resource to include here. Oh, that's not new. That's September 18th. Interesting. I'll keep this around. I'm curious, but not the best fit for what we're doing right now. Thank you for the link. Anyways, the OpenAI nonprofit will continue to exist and own a minority stake in the for-profit company, says the sources. The OpenAI nonprofit will continue to exist and own a minority stake in the for-profit company. The move could also have implications for how the company manages AI risks in a new governance structure. That's the main concern. A big part of why OpenAI was formed in the first place was to make sure that AI development and advancement wasn't a thing that like two big companies made a bunch of money off of and didn't care to bother with the safety side. It was a combination of AI should benefit all and the best AI should be safe. And those two things were huge core parts of why OpenAI was formed in the first place. And then they got so far ahead of everyone else so early that it was hard for them to not make money. And now they're in the weird position of having a CEO that knows how to make money at businesses and the original nonprofit board not liking the direction of the company, all the drama that happened, and now this. It's weird for a nonprofit to become the industry lead in something. And it makes sense they're no longer a nonprofit. But God, this is a weird scenario. Also of note is that Sam Altman, for the first time, now has equity in OpenAI. Crazy enough, Sam Altman didn't own any part of OpenAI before. So if they did really well or poorly, he might make a bit more money, but that was about it. OpenAI was not a company he owned stock in versus like me. I own a huge portion, majority portion of the things that we built with Ping Labs. So upload thing, marker thing, pick thing, all those things as part of Ping, I own over half of. He owned 0. Now he owns quite a bit more. In fact, the amount he owns could be worth up to $150 billion after the restructuring, as it's also trying to remove the cap on returns for investors, which I mentioned before. There's that weird cap where you can only make a certain multiplier on top. We remain focused on building AI that benefits everyone. We're working with our board to ensure that we're best positioned to succeed in our mission. The nonprofit is core to our mission and it will continue to exist. Because the structure right now, before these changes go in place, for those who haven't kept up with all of this, is the OpenAI board has stayed a fully nonprofit entity, and the OpenAI company where all the engineers work and all the building happens, that is a company that reports to the board underneath it. So the board is the ones who say what goes. They're the actual owners and decision makers. They have all the voting shares of the OpenAI corporation, but the OpenAI corporation that can make money, that does all the work, that does all these things, operates separately. And that separation was starting to cause tension between the groups. And now they are separating entirely. It actually seems like it flipped where the corporation's on top now and the board reports to them as like a voter, but they don't make the decisions anymore. The details of the proposed corporate structure, first reported by Reuters, highlight significant governance changes happening behind the scenes at one of the most important AI companies. They even call out the Mira leaving thing that I mentioned before. The plan is still being hashed out with lawyers and shareholders, and the timeline for completing the restructure remains uncertain. The restructuring also comes amid a series of leadership changes at the startup. OpenAI's longtime chief technology officer, Mira Murati, abruptly announced her departure from the company on Wednesday. Greg Brockman, OpenAI's president, has also been on leave. Founded in 2015 as a non-profit AI research organization, OpenAI added the for-profit OpenAI LP entity in 2019 as a subsidiary of its nonprofit, securing capital from Microsoft to fund its research. As I mentioned, the OpenAI profitable part was a subsidiary of the nonprofit. The company captured global attention with the launch of ChatGPT in late 2022, which was a generative AI app that spit out human-like responses to text queries, which became one of the fastest-growing applications in history with over 200 million weekly active users, igniting a global race to invest in AI. Along with ChatGPT's success, OpenAI's valuation has skyrocketed from $14 billion in 2021 to $150 billion in the new convertible debt round under discussion, which is attracting investors such as Thrive Capital and Apple. Didn't I just hear $150 billion? Like, here? Oh, the company could be worth $150 billion, not its equity. Okay, that makes more sense now. The company's unusual structure, which gives full control of the for-profit subsidiary to the OpenAI nonprofit, was originally set to ensure the mission of creating safe AGI that is broadly beneficial, referring to artificial general intelligence that is at or exceeding human intelligence. As I mentioned before, the goal of OpenAI was to create safe artificial general intelligence that was available for anyone to use, so it wasn't just Microsoft, Apple, and Facebook that had it and no one else could. The structure came into focus last November during one of the biggest boardroom dramas in Silicon Valley, where members of the nonprofit board ousted Altman over a breakdown in communication and a loss of trust. He was reinstated after 5 days with overwhelming support from employees and investors. What a crazy 5 days that was. I had a friend visiting, and I had to spend the entire time in my room filming and editing videos about the OpenAI drama. I really hope that's not about to start again. Don't make me do this again, guys. Please. Please. Since then, OpenAI's board has been refreshed with more tech executives, chaired by Brett Taylor, former Salesforce co-CEO, who now runs his own AI startup. Any corporate changes need approval from its 9-person nonprofit board. The removal of nonprofit control could make OpenAI operate more like a typical startup, a move generally welcomed by its investors who have poured billions into the company. However, it could also raise concerns from the AI safety community about whether the lab still has enough governance to hold itself accountable in its pursuit of AGI, as it has dissolved the super alignment team that focused on the long-term risks of AI earlier this year. I will say, for the conspiracy theorists and the people who are really terrified of AI and AI safety stuff, you have quite the bullet list to be scared about right now. Like, let's just go through. So, OpenAI conspiracy. So, point by point, let's go through. First, we have OpenAI formed to make safe general AGI, or to make safe AGI for all. The reason it was formed is because there was concern from these really smart scientist folks, including people like Altman, Elon Musk, and many more, that doing AI safely was not a guarantee, and that lots of people developing AI stuff could do it in a way that would destroy humanity. And even if they didn't, but it was only made by a couple companies, then it wouldn't benefit all of humanity, just the bottom lines of those few companies. Because of those concerns, they formed OpenAI to fight those concerns. The concerns being 2 parts. The 2 major concerns were, 1, AI made for profit might not be safe enough. And the safety could potentially destroy humanity. If people are just trying to make money, they might leave safety aside and then get destroyed. And point 2, which is, I'll just type it out. Powerful. Point 2 is that powerful AI should not be restricted to a small number of rich companies. Because if the only people in the world that have AI are like 2 to 3 big businesses, that's a massive unfair advantage for them that could destroy the economy. Imagine if only 3 companies could make websites. Terrifying. So the 2 things that OpenAI was formed to prevent were unsafe AI and a small number of companies owning the best AI. These are the 2 reasons OpenAI was formed. So let's go down the rabbit hole here. OpenAI makes the LP for profit section to make development faster. For profit part takes investments from the very companies they were scared of. And here's where I think the conspiracy theorists are going to start feeling things, because the original goal of forming OpenAI to prevent these things from happening started to feel like it was being lost with the change of the for-profit section. But that was okay because they still reported to the nonprofit. So anybody saying like, oh, OpenAI is now going to be the problem they were built to prevent, well, the OpenAI like open source portion is still good. Well, the OpenAI nonprofit board is still the one in control. So is it that big a deal? Yeah, it is. But it wasn't that bad at the time. But then that for-profit section started to take huge investments from companies like Microsoft. Wait, what about that second part? Is Microsoft going to get the thing that we didn't want them to get? Well, once we started releasing the models, OpenAI starts releasing models with no way to run them yourself. And that was a big deal because, as we've memed many a time, OpenAI has closed models. You cannot use their models the way you want to. You have to use them via an API on their infrastructure. Compared to a lot of open models like Llama from Meta or all the crazy things Mistral is doing, there's a lot of open model options that you have access to. If you want to run a model on your own hardware, maybe embedded on a device, stuff like that, OpenAI, nope, they do not allow that. Which means the other goal of powerful AI should not be restricted to a small number of rich companies. We went from believing that to not very quick here, almost alarmingly so. On the other hand, to lightly defend them, they did open source all of their research. They published a lot of papers and a lot of theories in the concept of an LLM, which is a huge part of how these other open source models could be created. They followed in the footsteps of the work OpenAI did make public. So they did advance the ecosystem and they allowed for other models to exist, but their own model, their own best of the best, is not something others have access to, which hurts point two a lot. But at least it's going to be safe, right? Well, that's where things start to fall apart. Cut that. It needs to be safe, right? But at least the nonprofit still runs things, right? At least they'll keep it safe, right? Right? Well, nonprofit board gets concerned about safety and incentives. Sam doesn't respond. So board fires Sam. Because at this point in time, the board was still in control, and the board was still people who were aligned with these two goals. And this is the point of the board. This is the board doing its job. If this is where it ended, there'd be no conspiracy because they did their job. They kept AI at OpenAI safe and accessible to all instead of letting the incentives of profit drive them in a way that makes these two things problems. But then outrage brings Sam back. OG board is largely fired. So the board didn't get to do its job. The board didn't get to have its ultimate control where they decided, hey, if the things are going in a direction that we feel is unsafe or potentially problematic, we're going to step in. They can't. And a large part of why they were forced out as the board was the investors at places like Microsoft putting their weight behind it. So the whole point of keeping rich companies and money out of the best of AI has now flipped. And that same money they were concerned about could be argued to be how the OpenAI board collapsed, which is insane. But at the very least, they promised they would continue to maintain the existing goals. but they promised the goals would not change. So again, the goals are safety and everyone has access. We haven't touched too much on the safety, but now we have to because the super alignment team gets disbanded. This was the team at OpenAI that's whole thing was just keeping the models in the AI in alignment with what humans needed. So their job was just everything they had to do to keep AI safe and from going haywire and killing all of humans. And that team has been disbanded. What was the name of the guy who, the Russian dude that was like the safety guy at OpenAI? The crazy one who would light shit on fire? I always forget his name. Because of the Y, I think. Ilya, thank you. Ilya quits as well. Ilya was the Russian lunatic, super smart genius who invented a lot of the techniques that became modern AI and is also really into the security and safety side of AI. He was heavily involved with the super alignment team. I think he actually ran it. And he was also originally on the board before he got removed because he was one of the ones pushing to get Sam removed. So now it looks like that safety goal is starting to crumble too. But to go back to the goal 2, the profit goal, now the super alignment team is disbanded. Oh, also, I should mention here that Microsoft now has a board seat. Ilya quits, super alignment team gets disbanded, and now, much later, OpenAI is moving the nonprofit to a minority shareholder position. So through this absurd process, we went from OpenAI being formed to maintain these 2 goals to OpenAI being a traditional for-profit business that has a lot of financial incentives to fuck up these 2 goals. So despite the initial structure of the fully open company with the nonprofit board, we have managed to go all the way to the point where people were concerned, where yet another super fucking so we've managed to get into the position everybody was concerned about, where the company with the best AI is driven by profit and might not have the right incentives around safety and is making things that are restricted to just the best companies in the world. So I think it's fair to say the original 2 goals OpenAI was founded on might not be as deep in the blood of OpenAI anymore, especially goal 2 here. But we need to be keeping our eyes out for goal 1. I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I haven't seen anything convincing enough to have me scared about the future of AI tools trying to kill humans. But if you're one of the people that is an extremist on that, here you go. You have your order of events to feed your conspiracy brain, and I fully understand. And now that they have a much stronger for-profit drive, safety is one of those things that gets left behind when you're driving profit pretty often. So this might be bad. Back to the article. It's unclear how much equity Altman will receive. Altman, already a billionaire from his multiple startup investments, has previously stated that he chose not to take an equity stake in the company because the board needed a majority of disinterested directors with no stake in the company. He's also said he has enough money and is doing it because he loves the work. The new structure of OpenAI would resemble that of its major rival Anthropic and Elon's xAI. Reread on that. The new structure of OpenAI would resemble that of its major rival Anthropic, as well as Elon's xAI, which are registered as benefit corporations, a form of for-profit that aims to promote social responsibility and sustainability in addition to making profits. We'll see how that goes. I have concerns, but yeah, we'll see where this one ends up. I'm using Claude right now anyways, but I'm curious what y'all think. Do you like the OpenAI drama? Are you tired of me covering this? And until next time, peace, nerds. Kill. Good stuff. I have the article, right? Yes, I do. Label, priority. That is priority 0. I'm going to hit all my sponsors after stream to see who is down to last minute jump on that one, if they're down to trust me to film a good ad for it. Nothing too important there. I did not see somebody already redesigned it.
Marcus Brown.
Shoot, didn't mean for sound to play. 92K in 13 hours. Fuck. Maybe I do need to cover. God damn it. I can't do 3 videos that need to come out today. That's not how this works. I am saving this to watch later. If I feel inspired after stream, I might end up doing it. We will see. I'm so excited to see the video. Quality. Honestly, saving this might end up being used in my thumbnail. Cool. We got 4 actual videos so far. We're at 3.5 hours. We need to get going. The abort controller one, I'm already late on. I'm thinking these 3 to close us out. Deno, masonry, and abort controller. Let's do Deno too. I want to cover this part as well, so. Let's do it. I'm assuming they don't have a dark mode. Everybody's going to be mad I'm looking at it at light mode, but whatever. Yeah, they don't. Cool. That is fine. Maybe it's on the very bottom of the site. Almost certainly not, but maybe. Nope. We checked. Everyone's going to be mad. Whatever. We're doing it. Let me grab the links. Put these in here before I forget. We're doing it live. Got this all ready. Cool. I think we're good to go. Mustache look fine. It's a little off. It's fine. Deno, Deno. I don't really care. All I care about is the new JavaScript. Deno, bun. I don't really care how it's supposed to be said, but I do care about their new release because Deno 2.0 is actually quite exciting. So let's break it down. And not just Deno 2.0, by the way, because this comes with another very exciting release alongside it, which is the stable V8 bindings for Rust. Rusty V8 is super, super cool, and we'll talk about why as we go in. The Deno 2.0 release candidate. We've been planning a new major version of Deno for years. Many times it seemed imminent, but we realized the features we wanted would require more work. Now it's finally happening. Last month, we released the final 1.x version with 1.4.6, and today we're cutting the release candidate for 2.0, which includes everything that we expect in the final release. This is the largest update since 1.0, this is the largest update since 1.0, with major changes like the introduction of Node's process global. We've also made some philosophical shifts, like preferring Deno install over the now deprecated Deno cache. Read on for the full list of changes and share your feedback. A quick bit of context, because I've seen more and more people who don't know this. Deno was created by Ryan Dahl, also known for creating Node. He created Deno because there were things that he regretted in how he designed Node that were too late to change. And he made Deno originally as a proposed example of if he could undo the things that were done wrong with Node, what it could look like. He actually gave an awesome talk. He gave this awesome talk at JSConf 6 years ago, 10 things I regret about Node.js, in which he lists 6 things he regrets about how he built Node. Yes, the title is not accurate. There's only like 5 or 6 things, but it's a phenomenal talk. And Deno is a reordering, Nodedeno. You get the joke. It was meant to be reorganizing Node or even denoding, so to speak. But yeah, this is a really interesting video, especially now, because half of it is him talking about how great Go is and how he's using Go for Deno, which ended up being entirely built on Rust instead later on. But it's fascinating. Highly recommend watching this if you haven't. But we're not here to talk about what Deno could be. We're here to talk about what it is and where it's going, which are very exciting things. Also, the new logo is part of 2.0, which I think I have it somewhere. I'll find it in a minute. But yeah, it's a very exciting part. Let's go through the main changes. We got changes to the global variables window and process. We got dependency management, which is finally a real thing, because previously, if you didn't know this about Deno, the way you would import was with URLs. So if we look at the basics, like, let's find a modules example. Yeah. So if you're using modules, you can literally import them straight from the URL. So here we're importing Pascal case from https deno.land/x/case/mod.ts. A big part of this is he wanted to be able to avoid needing a package JSON, and Deno was built to be more like the browser. But eventually they added a Deno JSON, which is different from a package JSON, but is somewhat supported by, it's a whole mess. But initially Deno was trying to avoid a lot of the things like the dependency management hell that many of us were in. But now they're back in it because they're going full support, which I honestly think is probably the right call, because adopting Deno felt impossible because its compatibility was on a package level, not a project level. So if I wanted to move a project to Deno from Node, it was hell. That seems to have changed. And we'll go through how. First, we'll look at the global variables, though. I was going through the whole list of things. We'll go through all of these one at a time, so if you want to see all of them, make sure you watch the whole video. I forgot to do a sponsor plug. I know what I can do for the sponsor plug. Speaking of things you should watch this quick word from our sponsor. Perfect. So let's go through all of these because they're going to be fun. We have the changes to global variables. We introduced the window global in Deno 1 with the goal of to make Deno as browser compatible as possible. Fortunately, the window global variable becomes a source of problems for lots of users. Many libraries check if they're executed in the browser by probing for window. This is super common. I'll often check if window is available to decide if I should do something or not, because if window is available, I'm on client. If not, I'm on server. This led to a class of bugs in libraries that would otherwise work in Deno due to window being globally available. Deno started to discourage the use of window globals in version 1.40, suggesting to use global this or self instead. Global this is dope, and more should probably use it in more places. But yeah, right decision. In contrast, the process global has been widely requested. While it has been possible to use process by importing it from node:process for a long time, Many popular frameworks rely on its presence in the global scope, often used in configuration files. Although adding import process from node process seems simple, it often causes friction for users of popular frameworks that would otherwise work seamlessly in Deno. I know something like Next.js, for example, had a couple of these assumptions about having access to node globals that didn't end up being true. And this is the work they're doing to address those types of things. So the addition of process as a global, you can expect a lot more code written originally for Node to work with no changes in Deno. However, we still encourage users to prefer explicit imports. Thus, a new no process global lint rule was added that will provide hints and quick fixes in your editor to use an import statement instead. I like that. Explicit imports are nice. I hate magic globals so much. Dependency management. Deno 2 comes with several new features that improve dependency management. The Deno add subcommand now handles specifiers with a subpath. So if you add JSR::add std testing snapshot, failed to parse the package, invalid version requirement. Now with 2.0, it will just add the newest one. There's another thing that Deno is really strict on is the versions. So you have to put the version in the URL, in the add command, everywhere. So you're more knowledgeable of what version you're running. But that made onboarding obnoxious. Now it'll just add the latest when you run the add command, as it probably should. Package of the format scope name must start with @. Oh, it just like barely worked for NPM stuff before. Now it just handles it. Dope. Using the JSR or NPM prefixes is now required when adding dependencies to avoid potential ambiguity between packages with the same name in both registries. That's interesting. I understand, but it's annoying. For those who don't know about JSR already, JSR is a website that is not loading. There we go. It's a new package registry that was built by the Deno guys that works with Node and Deno, and I believe Bun as well. That's goal was to make it easier to publish and manage your packages. It has built-in TypeScript support. It has built-in like documentation based on your type definitions and shit. It's a very different way of doing packages, but it's awesome they're putting the effort in to improve one of the most painful parts of Node, which isn't Node at all. It's just NPM. And now they are making sure both are supported properly, but now the catch is you have to include this whenever you're installing an NPM package. That's going to make tutorials so annoying. If your project contains a package JSON file, Deno will prefer adding NPM dependencies to package JSON rather than Deno JSON. Interesting. So if you have a package JSON and a Deno JSON, NPM modules will go to the package JSON instead. You can also add dev dependencies to package JSON using --dev flag. Deno add --dev. Cool. Deno install now supports the entry point flag, which allows you to install all dependencies from a given module. Interesting. So if you point Deno at a specific file, it will download all of the things that that file and its imports need and none of the rest. It's actually really cool. If I have like a gigantic project and I'm just working on this very small subset, I don't have to wait for everything to install. I can just grab this part. Huge. Very huge. A new Deno remove subcommand has been added to quickly remove some of the deps. Fine. And they have a new lock file. That's huge. As someone who bounces between Bun and PNPM a lot, I hate the lock file in Bun so much. So much. It breaks when anything is changed. With PNPM, the lock file is such a consistent format that they often diff fine. So like when there are two pull requests that are changing package versions or installing new packages, they can both merge without conflicts, which is unbelievable because conflicts in package lock are just like the known pain of doing JavaScript correctly. And PNPM's format is consistent enough that it just goes away. So yeah, nice that they're going in that direction. This looks like it'll diff fine, so that's huge. And most importantly, they've improved the error messages, providing helpful hints for common issues like incorrectly formatted relative import paths or missing dependencies when using bare specifiers. So this one needed JSR in the front, which is why it failed. I do like that when something's being imported from a package like host, it will always have a prefix like this in front or an HTTP. I like that I have like a mental model for knowing when I'm reading if this imports from my code base or not based on having those prefixes. That is nice. The fact that the import syntax is the same for local modules and like files, as well as or the fact that you have the same syntax for importing from a package and importing from your own code base is weird. And I do, now I think about it more, like this separation. They overhauled the permission system. I don't know if you guys know this, but permissions is one of the coolest things in Deno. If you run a random package or a random file, like a JS file with Deno, and it's doing things like accessing your file system, it will just fail. It will outright just fail. If you want it to work, you have to specify permissions in the Deno runtime. You have to say with like flags you run Deno with, like, hey, I give you permission to touch my system. I give you permission to access the internet. By default, it doesn't have those. Now, if you don't have the right permissions, it will raise an error inside of Deno instead of it being like an OS level error, so you can catch it inside of the code. That's pretty cool. And now you'll get a special error. Requires read access to readme.md. Run again with the allow read flag. Nice. Bunch more permissions changes. We don't care about those. Read into them if you're interested. Links in the description as always. Escape commas and file names. This is weird. File name things like this have driven me insane. I've dealt with hell with that. Cool, they changed it. I want more of the cool things changing. Web GPU APIs are now stable. They no longer require the flag. Deal open. Cool. Touch breaking changes. CLI changes. What do we have here? The bundle command. Oh. Bundle's actually really cool. Quick TLDR on bundle, because the thing I actually really like. I'm going to show you it with a weird example. Fuck, what's the name of the thing that Vercel made for this? Fuck, I need to remember the name of it. The name of it. Anybody remember the name of the... Oh, NCC. Here it is. I'm going to contextualize the Deno bundle command in a weird way. I'm going to show you the NCC package by Vercel. We've all seen packages that bundle your JavaScript into the most efficient version of it. So if you want to take your package and make it a single JS file, others can import or whatever, there's a ton of tools for that. But what if I want to be able to execute it? What if I want to be able to have all the dependencies bundled in as well? What if I want to make things an isolated single piece that I can guarantee run? If you've used other languages like, I don't know, C, we have tools like GCC that allow you to take all of the code, all the things you've done, all your dependencies and whatnot, and bundle it into a single executable that you can just run. NCC was built by Vercel in order to make it easier to bundle things like Next.js into a single file starting point that includes everything you need without having to have all of those as subdependencies that have to be pulled in by the user in the end. It just bundles it all into one file. It does still spit out a JS file, though, so you need Node to run it. What Deno is doing is similar, but it goes one step further. Deno bundle brings in Deno as well. So you have a single executive, or say you have a single standalone executable that you can run on any platform. So instead of Deno run mycompiledfile.js, it's just /mycompiledfile.exe or whatever other end, like file end you want. But it lets you have a single file output that is the standalone executable to run the thing you built, which is awesome for things like distributing your code. I would kill for this in Python. I would actually probably be doing real Python work if it was possible to distribute in a way that didn't make me go insane. Like a huge part of why the AI revolution is happening on servers is because all the code is in Python, and getting that Python code to run on someone else's machine is literally hell. Node 22 is also starting to include support for this. The single executable applications. Feature allows for distribution of a Node application conveniently to a system that does not have Node installed. work is being done, but Deno was there a lot earlier. You get the point. It's cool to have a command you can run to make an executable that you can send to people who don't necessarily have Deno or any of these other things. Sadly, they're deprecating it, as they say here, but they're going to implement a new built-in bundler, so look out for updates for that. So, cool. Sad it didn't work out in its initial version. Excited to see where it ends up going, though. Import assertions are dead. Long live import attributes. Interesting. One of the cool things that Deno had was the ability to specify the type of the thing being imported. So if you import it from JSON, you could specify that it is JSON. That way, if somebody puts a different file here, you don't get screwed. Yeah. The reason being, apparently it was with, or assert now it's with. The reason for this is that the proposal's undergone major changes, including updating the keyword from assert to with. It's being renamed to import attributes. Additionally, some browsers have already unshipped support for the import assertions. Interesting. It's cool that's coming to the browser, but Jesus. It's actually really important in the browser because if you're importing from a random URL that isn't yours and you're expecting JSON and somebody swaps that out to JavaScript, you can get fucked. And this helps prevent that. Really cool. Node.js and NPM compatibility. Here's where the real important things start to happen. The most important point, and this is probably the one that makes things work for people where it might not have before, is improved CommonJS support. Deno bet real hard on ESM. I understand. ESM is the future. We should all be working towards an ESM future. But a lot of packages aren't there. Packages that might not be that popular, like, I don't know, Next.js, still are very heavily CommonJS packages. Or I don't know, React, also still CommonJS. It's important to support it well. They have historically focused on ESM, but now they're going to have better support for CommonJS too. Since this 1.0 release, Deno has prioritized ES modules as the primary module system, offering only limited support for CommonJS through manual creation of require. Import create require from node module. Require is create require, import meta URL, require, yeah. This is how you would force require the CommonJS behavior as like a backfill. While we firmly believe that ES modules are the future of JS, the landscape in 2024 still includes numerous libraries and projects relying on CommonJS. Despite Deno's robust handling of CJS libraries over the past year, users occasionally face challenges when integrating CommonJS, particularly within their own code bases. In Deno 2, several improvements were made to help working with CommonJS modules and make transitioning to ES modules easier. Things like Deno run index.cjs. You can just run CJS files. That's cool. Not quite as good as like the way Bun does it, where you just use both indexes and it figures it out, but progress is being made. Deno can now import CommonJS files, provided that they're using the CJS extension. They do not look for a package JSON file or a type option to determine if it's CommonJS or ESM. That's a little annoying. They're not relying on the package JSON, which has been the standard for this for a while. But at the very least, you can change the file name and you're good. Also, they support require in ES modules, or they support requiring in ES modules. So if you have an ES module file and you're trying to use it in CJS, you can require the CJS way to interop in both directions. They have better errors when you're dealing with CommonJS. Cool. This is interesting. Bring your own node modules is the default. For a while, Deno did not support Node, specifically NPM, at all. Now it's changing. Very interesting. Very interesting. The Bring Your Own Node Modules functionality was introduced in Deno 1.38. Let's see what they had to say there. By the way, if you're here for the Rust thing, stick around. We're still going to get there. Just one step at a time, okay? The link was broken. That's fun. This does not give me any actual useful info here. Great. Okay. Bring your own node modules for incremental Deno adoption. So I'll just read what the 2.0 says because this is poorly documented. The concept was, and the functionality was initially introduced in 1.38. While we still strongly advocate to not rely on local node modules directories, a lot of existing projects and frameworks operate on assumptions that this directory will be present. Sometimes you still want to have a local node modules directory, even if you don't have a package JSON, like if you're using a framework like Next.js, Remix, or Svelte, or when depending on NPM packages that use the Node API, like DuckDB, SQLite 3, and ESBuild. To improve compatibility, if a project contains a package.json file, Deno will expect that the node modules directory will be set up manually. In previous Deno releases, you could use the node modules dir flag or node modules dir option in the config file to tell Deno if the node modules directory should be created or not. Deno 2 changes the configuration option. It's no longer a Boolean, but rather an enum with 3 options. You can configure file it with none if you want. It's the default mode for Deno first projects. So it's the default for Deno first projects, which are projects that don't have a package JSON. It automatically installs dependencies into the global cache and it doesn't create a local node modules directory at all. This is what they recommend for new projects. But if you're on an old project or you're using Next or any of these other things, and you have a package JSON, you're trying to incrementally migrate, now it will have the right default. Auto is another option that you have. It automatically installs dependencies in the global cache and it creates a local node modules directory as well in the project root. This is what they recommend for projects that have dependencies that rely on node modules directly. Mostly projects using bundlers or ones that have NPM dependencies with post-install scripts. Makes sense. And then they have manual mode, which is the default for projects using a package JSON. This mode is the workflow that Node.js uses and requires an explicit installation step using the Deno install or npm install or pnpm install commands or any other package manager. That's what they recommend for projects using Next or Remix, Svelte, Quick, etc. It's recommended to use the default none, yada, yada, you get the idea. Cool stuff. It's nice that they have paths for all of these options and helping people migrate over because most JavaScript projects have been around for a bit now. And as cool as it is to start new ones with the new thing, it's a lot cooler if I can use the new thing on old stuff. Once again, great progress has been made in terms of Node API compatibility. I've been to hell and back with Node API compatibility. If you guys didn't know this, Cloudflare is not Node API compatible. They're getting there. They're adding more and more features. But it's still far from 100% of and it has so many weird problems. Things like the CUID2 package, I could just not get working forever. And it was so annoying. So annoying. But these things are being fixed because Node's crypto support is now much more flushed out. Huge. The amount of things that use the Node crypto module is insane. And the way it gets polyfilled if you bundle it in React is stupid. Async local storage is now more performant and reliable. Huge, because a lot of libraries rely on that for server-side stuff. Detect port and port finder are now supported. Huge, super useful, especially for the like, why can't I use this port? And showing you the errors, those types of things. Also, really useful tool Mark showed me recently, Port Manager. This shows you all of the things that are reserving ports on your machine. It's a Raycast extension, and it's made my life a billion times easier. If I can't figure out why 3000 isn't working, I can kill it straight from here. And now, if I go to my terminal where I had left that project open, it got killed. It's so useful. It's been a life changer. So if you, like me, have too many projects and you lose track of them all the time, first off, start using Raycast. It's really nice. But yeah, the port extension, the port manager, really, really, really helpful. Whole video about cool things like that I'm using coming soon. Bunch more backwards compat things. NPM Puppeteer is more reliable. That's cool. Oh, Puppeteer. Same with Playwright. Those things both you're getting better at once. Makes sense. Doc tests. That's interesting. Very interesting. If you write examples with JSDoc, you can now type check them. Deno test -- doc will make sure that examples stay up to date. That's actually really, really nice. That's really nice. I like that a lot. Apparently, this doesn't just type check the example, it'll actually execute and run them. That's huge. That's super, super cool. I love that. You can also execute code blocks in Markdown files. Oh, they might just win on documentation. Like JSR and the doc side might be how they actually win. The maintainability shit there is insane. Also of note, like Deno has a TypeScript, Deno has TypeScript built in. Because one of the big promises they made initially is that they would support TypeScript out of the box. So if you want a new TypeScript version, you usually have to install a new Deno version. These are default settings they've now enabled, which I like. No implicit override is very nice. And use unknown and catch variables. You never know what you're actually catching. Unknown is the right type for that. Deno 2 ships with built-in support for @type/node at version 22 to make it easier to type check code relying on the Node.js APIs. Also very nice. To ensure your compiler option settings are up to date, we've made it an allow list, so Deno will complain and flag it if you use an unsupported option. Good stuff. They have thank yous at the end. But I have a thing I want to dig into, which is the Rusty V8. In case you don't know what V8 is and you watch this channel, not many of you, but enough that I'll call it out. V8 is the JavaScript engine that exists in most browsers, not Firefox and Safari, but all the Chrome-based ones. V8 is the engine, like the pile of C++ code that your JavaScript runs in. And Node was originally meant to be a way to run V8 on your machine, so you could have like a CLI that runs JavaScript. You don't need a browser for it. It was just taking the JavaScript part out of the browser, the engine, V8, wrapping it with native APIs and things you need on your system in order to allow for you to write JavaScript code that runs on a real server instead of in the browser in an isolated layer. As such, V8 is essential to Node, to the browser, and to Deno. And Deno, in order to maintain compatibility and not reinvent every single fucking wheel, chose to also be based on V8. However, a huge problem with V8 and Node is that it's C++. And that can be really, really rough for a lot of reasons, especially the layer that they had exposed to allow you to access C++ functionality inside of Node. I could do a very, very long rant about the chaos of, what's the name of the thing you have to do a bunch of in Electron? What's the name of the binding that lets you access the C++ from Node? I always forget the name of it. It's a weird abbreviation. It sucks. Come on, chat. Don't leave me hanging. JIP. Thank you. Thank you, Ronan. Node JIP. I have too much trauma around JIP to forget Node JIP. A quick history on Node JIP was that when Chrome was exploring ways to do native things in the browser with V8 and with the browser and with your JavaScript code, JIP was an existing solution for... Let me find more info on it. I'm struggling to find the sources that I was familiar with. Anyways, the history as I know it was that JIP was an experimental future solution being used in Chromium. The Node team wanted to be as synchronized with Chrome and its use of V8 as possible, so they adopted JIP. They had to adopt a lot more because they were doing a lot more native stuff. And then Chrome moved off of JIP because it sucked. And now Node is the remaining JIP user. And JIP is terrible. In fact, if I find the God, I opened up a lot of things. I know I said to go watch this. If you watched it and then came back, I'm sorry. I have to find a specific moment in here really quickly. The build system. Yep.
So, yeah, probably the biggest regret is the build system. It's such a pain. Build systems are very, very difficult and very, very important to building projects. Node uses this thing called JIP. Do you guys know JIP? Some of you. If you're writing a module that links to a C library, you use this thing called JIP to compile that C library and link it into Node, right? JIP is this thing that Chrome used to use, but Chrome abandoned JIP for this other tool called GN several years later. We couldn't have predicted that, but that's what happened. And now it's been many years since that happened, and Node is the sole user of JIP. It's a very funky interface. It's like a JSON file, but it's in Python. It's very terrible.
I will emphasize he is right. It is terrible. It is so painful. I had to do a decent bit of JIP work when I was working on Twitch Studio, which was an OBS-like video streaming app that ran an Electron for Twitch, so you could stream video, which meant we had to encode video, which meant we had to do a lot of things in that native layer through JIP, and it was fucking awful. It was so bad. So bad. The Chromium JIP repo was archived in 2023, so it's very formally dead, and the only reason JIP's alive at all is because Node bet on it, and now they're stuck with it. So as Ryan mentioned in that video, the pain of JIP in the build system was his single biggest regret with Node. It's horrible. I see you in chat. I don't want to know how many hours I just wanted to build my Electron app and got some random JIP error. Wasted, you mean? Yeah, sorry. Reread. Don't want to know how many hours I just wasted to build my Electron app and get some random JIP error. Yep. Story of my life. It's so hellish. It's so hellish. And that was one of the main targets Ryan had in his destruction and rebuilding of Node with Deno. Deno is a modern zero-config JS runtime written in Rust. At its core is Rusty V8, a library that provides high-quality, zero-overhead Rust bindings to V8's C++ API. See that? That's the key. He basically built a JIP alternative for V8 and then built a whole new runtime around it. Over the past 5 years, Rusty V8 has undergone nearly 150 releases, racking up more than 3.1 million downloads on Crates.io. Today, we're excited to announce a major milestone. Rusty V8 is now stable and production ready. While we'd love to mark this moment with a 1.0 release, Rusty V8 is skipping version 1.0 entirely. Instead, we're aligning with Chrome's versioning scheme to stay in sync with V8. The first stable release of Rusty V8 will be version 129.0.0 in line with Chrome 129. The version guarantees API stability, This version guarantees API stability, moving us beyond years of 0.x releases, and it solidifies Rusty V8 as a dependable tool for developers building on top of V8. Man, everybody was giving me shit for upload thing being technically version 7 because we follow Semver. They're version 129. They're not that much older than us. I had to make the joke. I'm still mad about that one. I can't believe people are mad at me for following Semver. It's one of the dumbest complaints people have had against me. Anyways. What makes Rusty V8 so special? Rusty V8 gives Rust developers a direct, zero-overhead access to V8's C++ API. It stands out for its completeness and seamless integration with high-performant environments. God, I can't read it all today. I also hate how this is written, honestly. It stands out for its completeness and seamless integration with high-performance environments. A key feature is Rusty V8's automatic integration of V8's complex build systems into Cargo, allowing developers to easily embed V8 in Rust projects without manual setup. So he made it easy to make a Deno alternative too. That's pretty cool. With Rusty V8, you can build custom JS runtimes, you can run WASM modules, you can leverage the V8 inspector, you can use the V8 Fast API, which is really cool as a way to directly call Rust functions from JS, and you can even manage memory automatically. Huge. Super, super cool. Before we do the origin story, I want to call one small detail out. Notice that the release notes, like the 2.0 for Deno, was written by Bartek and Andy Jang. They're both awesome. I've had great convos with them. But they're not the people who created Deno. They're employees of Deno. Ryan wrote this. I'm pointing this out because I think it's valuable to know where Ryan's focus is. It isn't in the major version update of Deno. Obviously, he is there to support it, help the team, and make sure it happens. This is where his heart is. He wants a better way to use V8. And he loves JavaScript to the point where he will learn and work in much harder languages for long amounts of time to make JavaScript work more how he wants it to. And it's funny, there is no human who has written more code that isn't JavaScript because they like JavaScript than him. And his investment here shows with as simple as he's the one who wrote this. So what's the origin story? The journey to Rusty V8 started in 2015 when I was experimenting with building a JS runtime in Go using a library called V8 Worker. Eventually, V8 Worker was used in the first Deno demo. As I mentioned in the video I was just showing before, this is what he was talking about and demonstrating, all written in Go. He was also very inspired by ESBuild at the time, if I recall. However, as Deno evolved, it became clear that Go wasn't the right fit for the project because of worries that Go's own garbage collection would conflict poorly with V8's. Very interesting call out that the garbage collection between two languages and two environments was annoying enough that a language without it could actually be better. In late 2019, Deno co-founder Bert Belder led the effort to create a direct Rust binding to V8 instead. The challenge was to bind V8's complex C++ API to Rust without compromising on performance or safety. After much effort, Rusty V8 was born, a zero-overhead Rust binding to V8 that provided full control over V8 while ensuring memory safety throughout Rust's ownership model. Really cool stuff. Imagine how crazy is it that Rust was able to bind to V8 C++ API without issues, and Rust trying to bind to Linux's C APIs has caused endless fucking flame wars. Why is JavaScript the true Unix? Like, how do we get there where the Unix philosophy failed in Linux and there's a huge war about languages there, but over in JavaScript, it's just like, yeah, we rewrote everything in Rust, it's fine. I just gave Prime. Yeah, I was definitely thinking of Prime as I said that, not gonna lie. Anyways, here's an example of how you can embed JS in a Rust program using Rusty V8. You initialize the platform. Well, you create a platform. You call the V8 initialize platform, and then you initialize overall. You create a new isolate and make it the current one. So again, with V8, you have different isolates, which are places that JavaScript can run and not affect other JavaScript, because the point of V8 and things like it is I can have a ton of JavaScript running at once. I have like however many tabs open right now. All of these have their own JS runtimes. They're all part of the same V8 engine, but they can't fuck with each other. Very important to get that right. Create a new isolate, make it the current, create a stack allocated handle scope, create a new context, enter the context for compiling and running the hello world script, create a string containing the scope or the JavaScript source code. So we create scope, hello world, unwrap, results, run the script, print. You get the idea. It's a lot of steps, but you can manually create, execute, and get the results of running JavaScript code through the V8 engine within Rust. And from here, you can also probably see how things like Deno work. It's cool that they are making this a separate thing instead of just building it into Deno. Like, I could actually see a future where Deno is killed by an alternative written with Rusty V8 that has maybe better node compatibility or something. Really cool stuff. I don't know how, or actually, I know for a fact it doesn't. One of my favorite banned words in chat that I'm forgetting the name of, the Electron alternative that I get really annoyed about. Tori. T-A-U-R-I. Tori. Tori explicitly isn't using V8 because they wanted a lighter runtime. So they're using whatever your device has on it by default, or like JavaScript core, which is rough. I am certain a big part of why is how rough it was to bind to V8, but they say it's for performance reasons, and fine. I would love to see a Tori alternative, still written in Rust, but using V8 instead. Using Rusty V8. you could make a really compelling Electron alternative with much better compatibility than the existing ones using this. It just got way easier to build a Tori alternative, and one that actually uses V8 too. That's really cool. Rusty V8's memory safety features are a core advantage over the C++ API. For example, in Rust, handles like local T are tied to specific scopes and enforced at compile time. This prevents bugs caused by using or returning invalid handles, something that C++ devs must manage manually. I even ran into this when I was doing shit. Oh God. The idea of like a compiler telling me that I have an unhandled or an invalid handler, just keeping me from dealing with all those weird compile errors. Oh, please make an Electron alternative with this. In Rust, if you attempt to use a local value or a local handle outside of its scope, the compiler will catch the mistake. So here we create an isolate. We have a scope here. Attempting to use local outside of the scope will fail at compile time. So invalid local, let scope 2 pass new scope 1, safe to use, will not allow invalid local to be accessed here. Cool. Nice and simple. Every 4 weeks, Rusty V8 will upgrade its V8 dependency and bump its major version. This means breaking changes to the Rusty V8 API will only happen when V8 upgrades. The version will always reflect the underlying V8 version. Yeah. Apparently, they're going to follow Semver, even though Chrome doesn't, which is annoying. Good luck. And they're ready for production. Rusty V8 is now a stable, production-ready library for building high-performance JavaScript and WebAssembly runtimes in Rust. Whether you're creating custom JS runtimes, embedding JS and Rust-backed apps, or exploring server-side JavaScript applications, Rusty V8 provides the flexibility of V8 with the safety and performance guarantees of Rust. I barely talked about the WebAssembly part. I think it's kind of funny that one of the best ways right now to run Go or other native languages in a Rust application is to do it using Rusty V8 in Wasm. So if I wanted to have Go executing safely within the context of a Rust app, I could bring in Rusty V8, compile the Go code to Wasm, and execute it there. That's really actually cool. There's a lot of potential. Like people are going to do... I love when tools like this are made, not because they're going to change everything and revolutionize the world, but the absolute fucking chaos this could enable is so cool. And I am really excited to see what weird shit people make with it. So as cool as the Deno 2 release is, the Rusty V8 stable release to me is way cooler. So yeah, that's all I got on this one. I am hyped for this release. I might even go play with it after stream. Let me know what you guys think, though. And until next time, peace, nerds. We did it. Yes, we covered that. Don't worry. This was one of the most fun parts. Yeah, so the Turbo migration story would be rough because Go and Rust parts were both requiring like native system level access, and the Wasm layer can't access your system like that. You need the binding to do those types of calls, which would be very painful. I think Deno and Bun are very, very different and have very different goals. And I don't really want to like sit and break down like the inner working, because like both are figuring shit out and could be very different in even like 6 months to a year. So I personally try to not just like sit and compare and contrast the inner workings of the two, because they are very different. I'll label this priority because we should get it out sooner than later, but we have a lot of other things that are much higher priority at the moment. Cool. We're at 5. We're doing good today. 4 hours, 5 videos. Not bad. And yes, we did the WordPress drama. It was a lot. It was a lot. I am slightly tempted to rush offline so we can get the OpenAI video out ASAP. But I want to cover more things. how are we doing on the calendar? This is before we even put today's videos in. Okay, we're pretty far ahead right now. We're like midway into October right now. God damn. I also didn't post this video yet. That sucks because that's going to get delayed a whole bunch. Yeah, I have to shift the whole schedule around a bunch. Tonight's going to be fun. I got a lot of work to do, don't I? How are we feeling? Abort controller or masonry? These are both fun ones. Fuck. It was all masonry initially, and now it's all abort controller. God damn it. New tweet from Sam. Marker more for OpenAI vid. Thank you, Alex, by the way. Very, very good context to give me. Appreciate this a ton. And with everything going as fast as it does, Sam has just tweeted once again, literally minutes ago. We need to cover this. Oh boy. Hi, y'all. Mira has been instrumental to OpenAI's progress and growth in the last... This seems to be a comment more on Mira leaving, but this will certainly give us more context on everything going on. Mira has been instrumental to OpenAI's progress and growth for the last 6.5 years. She has been a hugely significant factor in our development from an unknown research lab to an important company. When Mira informed me this morning that she was leaving, I was saddened, but of course I support her decision. For the past years, she's been building out a strong bench of leaders that will continue our progress. I also want to share that Bob and Barrett have decided to depart OpenAI. Mira, Bob, and Barrett made these decisions independently of each other and amicably, but the timing of Mira's decision was such that it made sense to now do all of this at once, so that we can work together for a smooth handover to the next generation of leadership. I am extremely grateful to all of them for their contributions. Being a leader at OpenAI is all-consuming. On one hand, it's a privilege to build AGI and be the fastest growing company that gets to put our advanced research in the hands of hundreds of millions of people. On the other hand, it's relentless to lead a team through it. They have gone above and beyond the call of duty for the company. Mark's going to be our new SVP of research and will now lead the research org in partnership with Jacob as chief scientist. My face isn't covering things, right? Cool. This has been our long-term succession plan for Bob someday, although it's happening sooner than we thought. I couldn't be more excited that Mark is stepping into the role. Mark obviously has deep technical expertise, but he's also learned how to be a leader and manager in a very impressive way over the past few years. Josh is going to take on a new role as head of mission alignment, working across the company to ensure we get all pieces and culture right to be in a place to succeed at the mission. Kevin and Sri will continue to lead the applied team. Matt Knight will be our Chief Information Security Officer, having already served in this capacity for a long time. It's been our plan for quite some time. Mark, Jacob, Kevin, Sri, Matt, and Josh will all report to me being Sam. I have, over the past year or so, spent most of my time in the non-technical parts of our organization. I'm now looking forward to spending most of my time on the technical and product parts of the company. Very interesting that he has been stuck doing non-tech stuff, and this shift is so he can go back in the weeds again. Leadership changes are a natural part of companies, especially companies that grow so quickly and are so demanding. I obviously won't pretend it's natural for this one to be so abrupt, but we're not a normal company. I think the reasons Mira explained to me, there's never a good time, anything not abrupt would have leaked, she wanted to do this while OpenAI was in an upswing. All of these things made sense for it to be now. We can both talk about this more tomorrow during All Hands. Thank you all for your hard work and dedication. Sam. Kind of nuts that they're doing a full restructuring internally, and definitely lends credence to the leak info we just read from Reuters, because it seems like they're ready to fundamentally change how OpenAI works and go all in on startup mode. Very, very interesting. That's hilarious. The fucking chat or the Automod really does hate you today. You weren't kidding. Did WordPress engine do another response? I don't know if you can drop the link in YouTube chat, Jordan, but if you could either hop to Twitch chat or just tell me what to Google to find it, or like a rough idea of where it is. I'm not seeing anything new today. Like, where would they have responded? So checked all the places where they do things. Apparently there's more, but I haven't seen it. If it's not on today, then I've covered it, or it's not worth covering. But their blog has nothing new. Their Twitter has nothing new. I have no idea where there would be additional things that WordPress engine, or sorry, WP engine has said. Can you say where it is, Jordan? If you sent a link, it got eaten by the chat bot, like, or YouTube chat eating messages, which it does if it thinks they might be spam. You'll jump on Twitch. Okay, thank you. While you're doing that, I'm going to run a poll between the masonry and abort controller. Next vid. CSS masonry layout abort controller. Said minutes ago. There was this one, which we already covered. No worries. Waiting for the link from Jordan. By the way, YouTube URL is Twitch URL /Theo, not /t3.gg. I will say I hate that with Twitch, I have all of these things that result in less than half my screen real estate being usable for Twitch. So like If I use my like points here, it's 619 to 273 versus 719 to 0. So it's like literally like about half of my screen vertical real estate is actually showing chat. The ad break, the ticker, the giant stream chat banner here, the poll, the chat, and all these other buttons I don't need underneath, like all of that takes up so much fucking space. It's unbelievable. I might make a Chrome extension to fix that, or I guess a Zap. Okay, I'm not waiting anymore. Oh, here. Thank you. Ah. Is it just this? Yeah, I already covered this. There's the incident, but there's no new post or response. It's just his Twitter. He's doing a good job handling this. Respect. Yeah, there's nothing new here, sadly. Thank you, though. Appreciate it, Jordan. The WordPress engine and WordPress are, or sorry, WP engine and WordPress are fighting fucking nonstop. How'd the poll do? Masonry layout won by quite a bit. Looks like we're covering the masonry layout. Let's get that started. So I don't fall behind. I wanted that. I don't want this. I think I know, Jen. Yeah, she's at Safari. Yeah, that's what I thought. Howdy, Gabriel. No worries at all. It is time to cover the masonry thing. So I know Otto well. The thing is that you can't have both chats at once without violating Twitch terms of service. You have to keep Twitch chat its own separate thing. Anyways. Yeah, we're covering the masonry stuff. Centering in CSS has been a meme for a long time. But what if you don't want to censor? Centering things in CSS has been a meme forever. What if you explicitly don't want to center? What if grid and Flexbox don't solve your problem? What if you want things to be shifted a little bit? You know, the classic lots of images skewered around your screen thing that everybody loves to showcase on their photo blogs and whatnot. That sucks to make. I know that because I've tried many a time and given up most of them. If you find a library that works, awesome. I'm really happy for you. But we're not here to talk about a library today. We're here to talk about a new web standard. The reason isn't because of this article from April. It's because of this article today, the first public working draft of CSS Grid Level 3, which is the masonry layout. There is drama. There is crazy ideas here. There is a really cool potential for the browser to evolve. But there's also a lot of infighting. And we're going to do our best to cover all of it. Very, very useful. Thank you for grabbing this. So first, we're going to go through the initial proposal. Then we're going to go through Google's response. Then we're going to go through what changed today. So stick around for all of that. And if you can, stick around for this. So if you want to see just how cool this is, make sure you stick through this quick word from our sponsor. Cool. Is the link for that literally just /blog/masonry? That's dope. Good for them. Cool. Help us invent CSS Grid Level 3, aka the masonry layout. If you've been making websites for years, you know how frustrating it is, or if you've been making websites for long enough, you know how frustrating it was to lay out a web page with CSS floats. Managing sizes and placement was tedious and time-consuming. Being creative was often impossible. CSS Grid greatly eased that pain with Grid Level 1 in 2017, and now with Grid Level 2, aka Subgrid. But even without the powerful CSS of today, not every layout imagined by designers is possible. In fact, when CSS Grid shipped, one of the most commonly asked questions was, how do I write CSS to accomplish a masonry layout? Sadly, for the last 7 years, the answer has been, you can't. What is a masonry layout? I hinted at it a bit, but it's the pattern seen in the following image. When content packs together like brick or stone, like you'd see on a wall. That's where it gets the name, masonry. It's also frequently called the waterfall layout. It's a metaphor for how content flows down the page like a waterfall. Like this. It's a really cool layout. I wanted this for PicThing, and it fucking sucked, so I didn't do it. More sources from Gabriel. This will be fun. Cool. This layout is popular because it solves a few problems that other layouts do not. It allows for content of different aspect ratios, and it avoids the need to crop or truncate content in order to turn everything into uniform rectangles. It also distributes the content across the page instead of flowing down each column one by one. This follows the natural reading order as you scroll the page, and it lets the website lazy load additional content at the bottom without moving existing content around. Also really huge. There's a reason that Pinterest and many other sites love this format. There's a reason that it should be in the browser. This layout creates uniformly sized columns without any rows. It's quite possible that because this layout has required JavaScript, anything more creative or complex has been too hard to pull off. And we've been left with the expectation that masonry layouts should only ever be a simple pattern with uniformly sized columns. Let's see what's possible if we build it into CSS instead. Inventing masonry. A mechanism in CSS for the masonry layout was first proposed by Mozilla in January of 2020 as an extension of CSS Grid and implemented as an experimental flag, and it was implemented as an experiment behind a flag in the Firefox Nightly. In 2022, Apple started implementing this CSS Grid Level 3 proposal in the Safari Technology Preview, where it's currently on by default. We've been helping to move the web standard along to reach maturity. So an important detail here, they're treating masonry as a type of CSS grid. So CSS Grid has the standard grid where you have a single fixed format. They have subgrid where you can be more dynamic with given like parts of the grid and give them their own dynamic behaviors. It's like a nested version, so to speak. And then Grid Level 3 is the masonry version where you can go within the columns, do a lot of these things, and potentially rows too. I haven't seen what the proposal actually says yet, but that's the mindset. It's also of note that this is on the WebKit blog by Jen Simmons, who's one of the leads on Safari at Apple. So there's Firefox. They have their own opinions. They wrote the initial proposal. There's Safari and WebKit, which we're reading the opinions from now. And then there's Google, who differs, who we'll be getting the thoughts from momentarily after. And that's where the drama all lives. So make sure you stick through for that. There are big questions still being asked about how CSS should handle masonry-styled layouts. Some people remain skeptical that this capability should be part of CSS Grid, and they instead want it to be its own separate display type. So instead of it being part of Grid, it would be display:masonry. Others are questioning whether or not this kind of layout is needed for the web at all. They aren't sure that well-known websites will use it. I mean, I know PicThing's not very well known, but I like to think I am, and I will use it. Just please give it to me. With such fundamental disagreements at play, no browsers can ship. We must first come to consensus in the CSS working group. This is where we need your help. We'd like real-world web designers and developers to weigh into the discussion and express what it is that you want. Your input really can make a difference here. This article will walk through how the CSS Grid Level 3 proposal works and how you can use its new capabilities. We'll show you why we believe this feature should be part of CSS Grid and explain why the alternative would be if the CSS working group creates a display masonry instead. And then we'll ask you to join the debate to help us move forward. And also, I will be reading the alternative approaches from others as well. And yes, Gabriel, and for those who are wondering, CSS Grid Level 2 is subgrid. Thank you for the link. 4 demos. To show why we at Apple believe this capability should be part of CSS Grid, we created 4 demonstrations. If you'd like, you can try them out yourself at webkit.org/demos/grid3. View these demos in a browser that supports Grid Level 3, like the Safari Technology Preview or Firefox after you turn on the feature flag. How do I install the Technology Preview for Safari? How hard is it to do this? That was really hard to do. Thank you, Apple, for doing this one thing right. Fuck you, Apple, for doing this thing wrong. There we go. Why did they make 2 versions of macOS that begin with an S and end with an A directly after each other? Like Sonoma to Sequoia. I don't even have dyslexia, and that sucks. Come on, Safari. Installations aren't that hard. I know you're used to coming with the system and not being an actual app that has to live in userland, but do your best, Safari. Real talk, though, isn't it crazy that in order to update things like Apple Music or Safari, you have to get an operating system update because they're baked into the OS? And now I have the Safari technical preview. Cool. Demos of masonry, waterfall layouts, and CSS Grid. Here's a photos one. It looks really good. I want this so badly. So we have display grid, grid template columns. We repeat autofill. We set min-max sizes for it. And then we have the template rows, which are set to be masonry. And then a gap as well. Every 5th column is wider. Wide images are wider. That's actually cool. An image can overflow with this proposal. If the figure has dot wide, then the grid columns will span too. That's really cool, actually. The one weird thing is like the order of things, like 6, then 7, then 8, because it shoves them wherever, which makes it feel not very gritty. Yeah, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Like that's unintuitive what goes where here for sure. But very, very cool here still. Yeah, so I might have misread this. We have the repeat where we autofill these 2 min-maxes, but that's one part. And then at the end, we have one last min-max 8 so that it can end with a small column. So it will fill with small then large over and over again until it runs out of space. And we get one last small column at the end. Weird syntax, but it mostly makes sense. Very, very, very interesting. Let's look at the other examples. Mega menu. Oh, I spent so much time on one of these fucking menus like a week ago. Not a week ago. It's like a month or 2 ago. I hate these menus so much. I didn't even think of these as masonry. Oh. Oh, this is the golden use. Fuck. Okay, I'm coming around. If Google's alternative doesn't solve this problem as well, I am on Safari's side. Oh boy. I want this so badly. So bad. You guys have no idea how much pain this would solve me. And for the viewers, I'm going to just show you guys chat quick. Dude, wow. Masonry. Fuck me, I want... Yep, like, GG. I want this so badly. You have no idea. Oh, man. I did not just sit here and drool. Let's look at the newspaper example. Okay, that's nice. Having, like, the 2 blog posts and, like, the shifting like that. Being able to do sub sizes that are different. Various sizes of content. You can do the classic layout, too. Multi-column. So the problem with standard multi-column is now it's like this content's being spilled up to the top, which sucks. But with Masonry, that shit never happens, which is really, really nice. You're winning me over, Apple. I'm seeing the value in other places like this. This is cool. This is actually cool. Okay. They're winning me over. Let's wrap this up quick. Oh, they actually break down how to use it. This will be fun. Creating a classic masonry or waterfall layout. First, let's take a look at how to build a classic waterfall layout. In gallery of photos, each image is wrapped with a figure element. And the figures are direct children of the main element. So we have all these children that are wrapped in a figure, which is child of main. We start by applying display grid to the main element to create the grid container. Then we can define grid template columns however we would like. In this case, let's use grid template columns repeat, autofill, min-max 14, 1. So it makes all of these 14 rem columns for all the available space. This results in uniformly sized columns, typical of the classic masonry or waterfall layout. The gap 1 rem rule creates a 1 rem wide space between the items, both between the columns and horizontally between the items. Being able to use gap for this is huge. Like, making this layout and making this standard without gap already existing would have been fucking stupid. And then we'll define the rows with the masonry value. Actually, to double down on why this would suck without gap, if each element had to determine its padding, but you didn't know where it was going to be, if it was going to be at the top or at the bottom, if it would have things next to it or not having gap would make this fucking miserable. But now that we have gap, that makes this that much more cool to adopt and use. So we have the column rule we just mentioned. We have the gap 1 rem, and then the rows is where you specify masonry. It's likely the name of this value will change before it ships in the browser. More on that at the end of the article, but for now, masonry is what works. The masonry rule tells the browser, please do not create rows. Instead, pack the content into a masonry or waterfall-like pattern. And with just those 4 lines of CSS, you get this. Really cool, actually. Leveraging grid's full power to define columns. Now let's dive into the advantages of combining the full power of CSS Grid with the masonry waterfall packing. CSS Grid provides many options for defining grid art. This doesn't seem like a real sentence. I don't know why my brain's short-circuiting so bad. CSS Grid provides many options for defining our columns. I think this word just wasn't supposed to be there. Using FR units to create a symmetrical grid is only one option of many. How could these possibilities be used for a masonry waterfall style layout? Let's try mixing fixed size columns with flexible ones. The first and last are fixed size, and the rest are flexible, changing in size and number. So the 14ch repeat, autofill, min-max 28ch, 1 fraction, 14. Interesting. I do like being able to use the existing CSS options, but some of those are really chaotic. And what I think of masonry, like I think of it being used simply. I could be convinced otherwise, especially with the footer example they had. But I have a lot to think about. These options in CSS Grid allow you to create something much more dynamic and flexible in interesting ways. You can create 2 stages of flexibility because the FR unit sized columns grow and shrink in a separate stage from the min-max sized columns. So you can have fractions that expand based on how much space is available, but then the ones that are set min-max change separately. Max content and min content values let you size the columns based on the content size rather than sizing the content based on the column size. The FR units can easily be used to create compound or asymmetrical grids where the columns are different sizes. The options are endless. By adding the ability to pack content into a masonry or waterfall pattern to CSS Grid, we maintain the full power of Grid for defining our columns in whichever manners we like. We saw that with the demo earlier, which is really cool. One fraction, 2 fraction, 3 fractions, 5 fractions, 8. A little chaotic, but one, double the width, triple the width, 5 times the width, 8 times the width. It's cool. Just feels niche. And a more practical example, let's use the max content when defining, yep, this is the one I was geeking out over. This is such an actual useful thing that if any proposals don't allow this, I don't want them anymore. This is my actual golden use case. I didn't even think of this before, but so good. What do you got for me for news I have to cover? Very interesting. Thank you for the link. Drop it in research so I don't lose it. Anyways. Yeah, mega menus have been hard to code, especially across multiple screen sizes. It is annoying how hard it is to do this right. With CSS Grid Level 3, it becomes incredibly easy. A few lines of code create a dynamic layout which adds and removes columns one at a time as space allows, without any media or container queries, and with wrapping prevention. Many of these examples could never be created with masonry as a separate display type. The discussion of display masonry is to only allow symmetrical columns, which are columns that are the same size as each other, much like multi-column layouts do today. Interesting. If that is actually the case, I might change my mind on my current stance. We will see as we go. Leveraging Grid's ability to let content span columns. Grid also allows us to span items across multiple columns, like we saw here where certain images are 2 columns instead of 1. Very cool, but how useful? What if instead we put a wider class on specifically on images that have a wider aspect ratio to make those images span multiple columns? We could also change the styling a bit, make the corners square instead of round, and reduce the grid gap to 0. Gives us a different way to pack photos of different aspect ratios together. When a user clicks or taps on a photo, it grows to span multiple columns. The browser automatically animates the transition. Is there a link to this one? Maybe the one I was in before does it. This one does not. Sad. Let's just watch the video then. It's a little jank. I see what their goal is here, but I don't love that. Columnar versus modular grids. What happens when we keep experimenting? Let's let go of thinking about masonry and start imagining Grid Level 3 purely as an expansion of Grid. At its core, Grid Level 3 provides mechanisms for turning off rows, and it lets us create a columnar grid, a grid that is made up of columns alone. By contrast, a modular grid is a grid where everything is lined up in both columns and rows. This became popular in the 20th century during the dominance of modernism in graphic design. Grid Level 1 is really good at making modular grids. That's what it wants to do. In fact, float-based layouts also encourage the creation of modular grids on the web, since you had to make all of your content the same height to get your floats to clear. Images need to be the same aspect ratio. Text has to be the same length. This is often accomplished on the back end with policies enforced by the content management system, or on the front end by CSS that truncates or crops that content. It's incredibly common for websites to do some variation of this sort of modular grid, laid out here with CSS Grid Level 1. Very common. It's a simple example, but it looks bare with no teaser images. Yeah. What if the layout itself could also provide some vitality and interest? Interesting. A classic masonry or layout waterfall of various lengths of text looks like this, which is already more engaging since the user can read more about each article. That is nice. Not having it to have a fixed preview length, very nice. It's too visually repetitive, but if you use the new grid stuff where different things can be different sizes, that's kind of cool. Now, this otherwise visually boring text starts to look fairly lively. If we were to add images to each of the articles, it'd be even more dynamic. If we mix images and text together, it can look pretty cool, but if you use that with the masonry stuff, yeah, that looks really cool. By adding this new functionality to CSS Grid Level 3, we get the benefit of existing developer tools. You can use the Grid Inspector in Safari today to try out the grid template rows masonry. It is cool that you have all the existing grid tools to see how these things are being laid out like that. Very interesting. The masonry is its own display type and not part of CSS Grid. It will not get the benefit of subgrid. Fair. You can use the power of CSS Grid Level 1 to explicitly place the header into the last two columns, moving it to the top right corner of the page with grid columns -3, -1. So that's this guy. So you have the header stuffed into that corner. And I'm assuming it shifts around as you change the page size. Yeah. That is cool that you can specify a specific place that one has to be at. And I would be curious to see how the masonry solution handles that if it does. With just a few lines of code, we're using the full power of grid levels 1, 2, and 3 to create flexible columns that change in numbers to accommodate the available size without using any media queries or container queries. That part's really cool, not manually specifying at this size do this, at this size do that. Chaos. So where is the debate here? The debate that has been blocking the CSS working group from moving forward is the following. Our hope is that web designers and developers will chime in, post social media, write blog posts, maybe make a YouTube video, but who would do that? Who watches YouTube videos about CSS? Come on. Who would ever do that? Some people, including those of us at Apple, like having masonry be part of CSS Grid. We believe this functionality is a mechanism to expand CSS Grid, allowing it to finally create columnar grids as well as modular grids. We want this functionality to be mixed with all the other features of Grid, including the powerful options for defining a column, track spanning, explicit placement, and subgrid. Other people instead believe masonry should be its own separate display type. At first glance, defining masonry with a new display type might make a lot of sense. You get tidy separation between layout types: block, inline, flexbox, grid, and masonry. The CSS working group has not discussed how the syntax for a separate masonry layout display type would look, or how it would work. The CSS working group has not figured out the syntax for a separate display type here, but perhaps it would be patterned after multi-column layouts. So you display, columns, or perhaps the syntax would be patterned after grid, but with significant limitations, where only one repeating width is allowed. Interesting. Either way, it's clear that advocates of this option want masonry to be limited to a symmetrical grid where all of the columns are the same size as each other. None of the rest of CSS Grid's Grid track sizing capabilities would be allowed. Interesting assertion. I'm excited to see the other opinions. Making masonry a simple and separate layout type would avoid the work necessary to keep grid and masonry working together in combination, both now and in the long term. Doing this would simplify the layout model, making it easier to implement in browsers, reduce the potential for performance traps, and allow for the feature sets of grid and masonry to diverge. Conversely, we believe the effort needed to add this capability to CSS Grid is worth the many benefits to be had. The Grid Level 3 spec has already been written and is implemented in 2 browser engines already. And yes, while making CSS Grid more complex will make it harder to extend in the future, we do believe there's an advantage to having these 2 types of grid layouts intertwined. This way, the CSS working group will always define all new additions for both modular and columnar grids. There won't be something added to display grid that would be left out of display masonry, or vice versa. For example, many developers want CSS Grid Level 4 to provide mechanisms for styling grid areas and grid lines. Perhaps a way to add a background color to a track, or create a rule line in a gap. It'd be great to ensure that it works for both modular and columnar grids from day one. Again, with like the gap thing I was talking about before, if gap was added to flexbox and grid and then added differently to masonry, if not at all, if these came out in a different order, that could have sucked. And having all of those features synchronized is a huge benefit of them being the same feature, but it is also confusing to understand. The other argument made for display masonry is that the masonry is conceptually a fundamentally different layout type from grid. That is the one I was feeling and that I agree with. A masonry layout and a CSS grid feel fundamentally different. The way they showcase it is changing my mind more and more, but I still feels wrong. It's kind of like when I call the runtime for workers the Edge runtime, even if it's not running on Edge. It feels wrong, but it's also right. So just get over it. So I'm trying to decide, like, do I need to just get over this or not? I'm excited to read Google's takes. As Apple is saying here, they often describe CSS Grid as inherently being about lining things up in 2 dimensions. And since Masonry only lines things up in 1 dimension, it's not a grid. Some have advocated that Masonry is more like a flex box, since both things line up in 1 direction. Since both line things up in 1 direction. Yeah, makes sense. So what is a grid? Yeah, this depends on what you actually think grid means. It's a weird question. Grids are an incredibly important aspect of graphic design. They're used to line up text, images, and other content in regular patterns. They help readability and usability by making things predictable. You can trace their usage through thousands of years of history. Kind of crazy to have a masonry layout in the 1400s here. CSS is finally catching up to 1498. Woo! I don't even know what you're saying is one of my worst takes. Is it the Edge runtime one or grid and masonry being different? Because I didn't have a take. I just said that my vibe is a specific way. It wasn't until the 20th century that Europeans and American modernists started promoting the idea that proper graphic design grids should be led, or wasn't until the 20th century that European and American modernists started proposing the idea that proper graphic design grids should line content up in both directions, in rows as well as columns. Even today, okay, in case this ends up in the video, if people care, Gabriel thinks it's dumb that I see masonries and grids as different. Enjoy the spice. You might make it in the vid. Anyways. Even today, there's a lot of debate about which type of grid is the best grid or the only legitimate grid. Many designers claim a 12-column grid is the only correct way to design a web page. Thankfully, Bootstrap people aren't that loud anymore. God, that was awful. Remember when we had 3 different sizes for desktop, tablet, and phone and pretended that they were always the same exact aspect ratio? Whew. At times, designers have gotten quite religious about their idea of what a proper grid actually looks like. Mark Bolton argued for years that symmetrical column grids are incredibly formulaic and boring. He proposed the use of asymmetrical compound grids in design for the web. Today, luckily, CSS Grid Level 1 makes it incredibly easy to create both asymmetrical grids and compound grids, giving designers the freedom to create what they want, but only if they also want all the grids to be a modular grid. Both modular and columnar grids are in fact grids, and CSS Grid deserves the ability to also create columnar grids. This is chaos of different grid styles. How old is this book? It looks ancient. I dig it. We believe there's an opportunity for CSS to enable a rich history of design grids to come to the web, and we would be greatly disappointed to see new masonry features limited to only allowing symmetrical columnar grids. So they have this set of questions. Should this be part of CSS Grid? Do we want capabilities to define a columnar grid with CSS Grid, to use subgrid, spanning, explicit placement, and all of the many options for track sizing? Do you only want the ability to define a classic masonry layout with equal size columns? Will you use this? What might you create with it? Do you have links to demos you've made? And are there things you want to do that you can't do with this model? All great questions. I want to go to Google's take, but first I want to hear about the name. It's likely masonry is not the best name for this new value. Names in CSS are usually simple words that directly describe the result they create, like center, under, contain, clip, revert, LTR, always, break. You get the idea. The word masonry is more of a metaphor, where the meaning has to be explained with a backstory. Such a term is harder to remember for developers who do not speak English, and arguably the syntax could just as easily be grid template rows, waterfall instead. since that's the dominant word for this layout used in certain regions, not masonry. Plus, once you start to write a lot of code using this feature, it's likely you'll come to the realization that we did. This really isn't about the layout used by Pinterest or other similar sites. It's a mechanism for telling the browser, please create a grid, but without any rows. Perhaps the best syntax could be as simple as grid template rows, none, to convey, please do not give me any rows. Sadly, it's too late to use this name because none is the default value for grid template star, and that means please give me only implicit rows, not explicit ones. So we could use the name off to convey, please turn off the grid in the row direction and give me only columns. Okay, here's where I'm going to come out heavily disagreeing with the standard proposal. The fact that the right term was none, but we can't use it because it's taken, does not mean we should use a fucking synonym. That is bad. That is dumb. I do not like the fact that none being a taken word with a specific behavior means we should use a word that means the same thing with a different behavior. That is indication that the strategy of using the word that describes things is a bad idea. And we have so many of these in CSS already where there are terms that sound like they describe something that just aren't describing that thing. We should not do that. And this point alone is enough for me to say masonry is probably the right word, simply because the namespace of off and none is already full of bullshit that we shouldn't have to remember the difference between. Masonry is what they have currently implemented. Cool. Awesome. Let's see the responses. This is from Adam Argyle. And he had a couple points to make because he was responding to the... Okay. Rachel is at Chrome. Okay, cool. Just making sure. Cool. Google published a response, which we'll read in a second, but I want to start with Adam Argyle's comments because he's deep in the weeds here, also works at Google, has a lot of things to say in all of these, and I'm excited for his thoughts. Here are his points on why he doesn't like grid level 3 as the way to do masonry. Point 1, a masonry layout isn't a grid. There is no shared row lines, only columns. So it has to ignore all sorts of syntax to accommodate this. Syntax we'll likely have to memorize isn't applicable. Syntax we'll have to memorize isn't applicable. Good point. Like there are things that grid supports that would not be there if you were using the masonry version of grid. And you have to know that half the syntax you were writing might just not do anything at that point. That said, the masonry isn't a grid thing, I think Apple has successfully pushed back on that one. Like the term grid is vague enough that it kind of is, and there's enough overlap in the behaviors that I will come around to masonries being a type of grid conceptually if you're using a general enough description of grid. And if a masonry is its own thing, it can pace and grow at its own rate. Subgrid has already added tons of bugs and complexity to grid layouts. Adding masonry in there too makes the combinatorial explosion even greater. Ooh, I'm gonna throw. I've been enjoying throwing conspiracy videos into my. I've been enjoying throwing conspiracy theories into my videos more. So I'm gonna give you guys a fun one. What if Apple's decision here to continue making grid more complex is them subtly trying to make the web a harder to contribute to platform to bridge the gap between native apps and web apps in complexity? It's so much easier to build most UIs in the web that Electron is how most desktop apps are made. The web's standards for building UI are so good and consistent that the platforms that aren't web are copying as much as possible. What if Apple's goal here is to make web development so hard and so confusing that the gap between it and Swift UI isn't as big? What if their strategy here is to make the web hard enough that you might as well just go write it in Swift anyways? I like you guys, chat. You're catching on. You're a genius. This is it. This is so stupid, I believe it. I could back that conspiracy. Tinfoil. What if Google devs just really don't want to implement masonry as part of CSS Grid because it sounds annoying as fuck? This isn't even a conspiracy. That's very likely what's happening. Anyways, less UFOs, more Google responses. Chrome is pro-masonry. We're advocating things that are simpler for both spec writers, site authors, and implementers to make a new layout strategy for Mason layouts. Chrome is pro-masonry. We're advocating things that are simpler for both spec writers, site authors, and implementers to make a new layout strategy for masonry instead of appending it to grid. This would mean nothing to unlearn or exceptions to memorize. And yeah, performance is better. That's nice too. Again, the conspiracy, Apple might be pushing us towards native. Is that why that animation was so jank and they just didn't care? Remember the weird animation with things moving around? If you want a good animation, you would just use native. It's becoming pretty common that initial proposals for features get pushed back and refined. The good news is that so far, it's always been a better spec for it. What else did Adam say here? I think some folks are confusing or conflating masonry with both bento and packery, which I believe are 3 separate layout strategies. Dave demonstrates packery awesome here with the great layout mode in the classically rad Isotope.js library. Maybe what folks want is masonry. Maybe what folks want is for masonry to be capable of all of these. If so, maybe whatever this new layout method is. If so, then maybe whatever this new layout method that we're headed towards is, it's tailored for all 3 strategies at once. Masonry, asymmetric bento, and packery. I don't know what any of those words mean, other than masonry, kind of. I think this is, it fills the space as best as it can. Bento can be done today with grid, right? Packery is pretty specialized. While folks may ask for filling gaps in persistent grid position, I don't think it's worth pursuing as a CSS feature. Oh, look at that. Naman, who I'm sure is in chat right now. Good to see you, man. Packery is masonry. How are they different? Oh, God, I didn't even think about keyboard navigation. Fuck. God, that's going to be painful here. Bento grids. So what is a bento grid? Like, what is the definition? Non-flexible grid system used in UI design. Like traditional grid systems to rely on fixed column rows, bento grid is adaptable and dynamic. This just feels like a type of masonry. Too many terms. Way too many terms. Bento is what Apple does for their keynotes. I get that part. I understand. Okay. Starting to have it all click. Let's read the Google alternative proposal quick. An alternative proposal for CSS masonry. Also by Rachel. The Chrome team is keen to see an implementation of masonry type layouts on the web. However, we feel that implementing it as part of the CSS grid spec as proposed in the recent WebKit post would be a mistake. We also feel that WebKit post argued against a version of masonry that no one was proposing. That was the part that I was getting sus of too. It felt like they were saying, if we do it as display masonry, it'll be missing all these features. But I didn't have any reason to believe that, so I'm happy they called that out immediately. This post aims to explain why we at Chrome have concerns about implementing masonry as part of the grid layout spec, and clarify exactly what the alternative proposal enables. In short, the Chrome team is very keen to unblock masonry. We know it's something devs want. Adding masonry to the grid spec is problematic for reasons other than whether you think masonry is a grid or not. And defining masonry outside of the grid spec does not prevent multiple track sizes for masonry, or the use of properties such as alignment or gaps, or any other features used in grid layouts. So, should masonry be part of grid? The Chrome team believes that masonry should be a separate layout method defined using display masonry. Later in this post, you can see some examples of what that could look like in code. There are two related reasons why we feel that masonry is better defined outside of grid: the potential of layout performance issues, and the fact that both masonry and grid have features that make sense in one layout method but not the other. Performance. Oh boy, we're getting into crazy layout stuff. This will be fun. I'll pull chat in so we have a bit more space here. Thank you for the example for Bento. There. Yeah, this layout. You'd think Apple would like that, but they probably just don't want to name something else. You know Apple and their hatred of new names. They just call everything iPhone and iPad over and over again. So let's dig into the performance that I was saying before. Grid and masonry are opposite in terms of how the browser deals with sizing and placement. When a grid is laid out, all items are placed before the layout, and the browser knows exactly what's in each track. This enables the complex intrinsic sizing that's so useful in grid. With masonry, the items are placed as they are laid out, and the browser doesn't know how many are in each track. This isn't a problem with all intrinsic size tracks or all fixed size tracks, but if you mix fixed and intrinsic tracks, there's now a problem. To get around the problem, the browser needs to do a pre-layout step of laying out every item in every possible way just to get the measurements. With a large grid, this would contribute to layout performance issues. That is a very fair point. If you know if you have one direction fixed and one that isn't, you have to put everything into it to know how big they are and where they're going to end up laying out, and then actually do that laying out. That sounds problematic. I understand a bit of where they're coming from here. This is a good point, Frostjacked. I'm very much in favor of masonry being part of grid, but I just had the terrifying vision of the crossover between masonry and React re-rendering dynamic content, and I feel pity for future junior devs. Yep, React re-rendering to check if a DOM element has changed, and masonry re-rendering the actual content on the page in order to make sure it fits correctly. There are different types of re-rendering entirely. Now you have to know the difference, and that does suck. The performance cost, if you want to ship something, should be eaten by the developer. It's better than the JS either way. Yes, but this is like in the implementation in the browser, since the content being rendered is dynamic, and the sizing now has to have much more metadata to know what actually goes where. That requires a lot of re-rendering and a lot of potential performance issues on the client side actually trying to run the page. And these performance problems start to become exponential once you add subgrids. Yeah, when you have fixed things with auto as parts, now you have to figure out what auto value works, which is a very common way to use grid. This is how I usually use grid, is not with this, but rows, to do like top nav, bottom nav, and then everything else. What does this link to? CSS Grid 3. Intrinsic track sizing algorithm for masonry can go exponential in complexity. You need to place everything in every possible position. With subgrid, that means the complexity can go roughly exponential, or at least sub-exponential. With this simple example, where you have grid template masonry repeat 10, a subgrid, another subgrid, there are 60 positions that have to be checked. I like this call out. Exponential time complexity doesn't care how powerful your CPU is, it will always win. Tell that to OpenAI. Anyways, there's an argument that most people won't run into this. However, we already know that people do have very large grids. We don't want to ship something that has limitations on how it can be used when there's an alternative approach we could do instead. What do you do about things that don't make sense in each layout method? Sorry. Gonna need a 4090 to render masonry, lol. I have thoughts on Firefox's, quote, performance, but I will resist the urge to nerd snipe myself here. What do we do about things that don't make sense in each layout method? When Flexbox and Grid became part of CSS, developers often felt that they behaved in an inconsistent way. The inconsistency they were experiencing was because of long-held assumptions about how layout worked, based on block layout. Over time, developers have started to get an understanding of formatting contexts. When we switch into a grid or flex formatting context, some things behave differently. For example, you know that when you're in Flexbox, not all of the alignment methods are available, because Flexbox is only one-dimensional. Bundling masonry into grid breaks this clear link of formatting. Bundling masonry into grid breaks this clear link between formatting context and availability of things like alignment properties, which are defined in the box alignment spec per formatting context. If we decide to deal with the performance issues outlined previously by making mixed intrinsic and fixed track definitions illegal in masonry, then you will have to remember that a very common pattern for grid layouts doesn't work for masonry. Whew. There are also patterns that would make sense in masonry. For example, grid template columns, repeat, autofill, max content, because you don't have cross constraints, but need to remain invalid in grid. The following is a list of properties that we expect to behave differently or have different valid values. Oh boy. That's... this part's starting to click, where there are things that you would want a masonry to be able to do that just cannot work in a traditional grid. Like auto-filling max content. You cannot do that in a traditional grid because you have to have rows that have sizes. You can't just call them autofill max. But you would absolutely want that in masonry. Very interesting. Here are the list of things they think will be different between a masonry grid and a non-masonry grid. Template areas would be different because you can only specify the initial row in the non-masonry direction. Grid template, because the shorthand would have to account for all of the differences. Track sizing values for grid template columns and rows would be different due to differences in legal values. Autoflow doesn't apply to masonry, and masonry autoflow doesn't apply to grid. Merging them would create problems of things that are invalid due to the layout method that you're in. Grid has 4 placement properties, grid column start, and so on, but masonry only has 2. Grids can use all 6 of the justify and align properties, but masonry only uses a subset like Flexbox. This will also be a requirement to specify what happens in all of the new error cases caused by developers using a value that isn't valid in grid with masonry or grid without masonry. For example, it's valid to use grid template columns masonry or template columns, it's valid to use grid template columns masonry or rows, but not both at once. What happens if you do both at once? These deals have to be specified so that all browsers do the same thing. Very important. I have had so many dumb problems with like sizing an SVG to a percentage working totally fine in Chrome, working weird in Firefox, and making the SVG disappear in Safari. Getting these things consistent is really hard, and with the spec getting this much more complex, the likelihood that it's consistent goes down massively. This all becomes complicated from a specification point of view, now and in the future. We will need to ensure that everything takes into account masonry, and whether it does or does not work in masonry. It's also confusing from the point of view of devs. Why should you need to keep in your head that despite using display grid, that some things don't work on account of using masonry as well? There's a fair point that certain CSS properties can make other ones invalid. That is fair. But the thought that you could invalidate the display type by having a grid like row type is the less cult knowledge we have to use these things properly, the better. And this is a decent enough bit of cult knowledge. An alternative proposal. Let's see, before we shit on them too much, let's see what their alternative looks like. They want to propose display masonry and masonry star proposals. They have a whole separate issue for whether or not masonry is the best name. Good. Also, important call out here. All the demos in the WebKit post would still be possible. Very good to know. Here's the classic masonry layout. When most people think of masonry, they think of a layout with multiple equal-sized columns. This would be defined using the following CSS, which needs a line less code than the equivalent grid version. So we have display, masonry. Masonry template tracks with the repeat call, and then the gap, 1 rem. And there we go. Using grid type sizing, or using grid type track sizing for different column widths. So here we can do the same repeat autofill and have the min-max at the end to make sure we have the 8-1 at the end. It's basically identical to the Safari one that we were looking at. If we go back up to alternating, this code is identical. The grid template columns code, the repeat, autofill, min-max, min-max, min-max. Exact same. Repeat, autofill, min-max, min-max, close paren, min-max. Exactly the same. Awesome. Additional track sizing for Masonry. There are additional track sizing options that we don't allow in Grid because of the fact that Grid is 2D. This would be useful in Masonry, but it would be confusing if they then didn't work in Grid. Like autofilling with max content size tracks. So now the columns will be the size of the largest piece of content. That will not work in Grid at all. Autofilling auto-size tracks, which will create tracks at the same size, auto-size to accommodate for the largest one. That's really cool. So whatever the largest thing is, all of the columns will now be the same size. Allow content to span columns and place items on the Masonry layout. There's no reason not to have a content spanning column in a separate Masonry spec. This might use a Masonry track property, being a shorthand for Masonry track start or Masonry track end, so you only have one dimension to span things when in a Masonry layout. So Masonry template tracks, repeat, autofill, auto. Then you have elements that specify Masonry track span 2, or covers tracks 2, 3, and 4 with the 2/5 syntax. And there you go. It works. Very interesting to do it this way. Think I'm into it. People in chat are coming around real quick. If all the examples are the same, then I am on team display Masonry. How to make left to right Masonry. Oh God, I don't even want to think about that. This is the way. I'm convinced already. They're winning me over too. So let's talk about sub-masonry or subgrid adopting Masonry tracks. This can be supported with a separate Masonry spec. Again, with the proviso that mixed intrinsic and fixed size tracks are disallowed. Exactly what that looks like will need to be defined. We see no reason that this wouldn't work. We would love to get to a point of a specification that can be shipped interoperably. However, we want to do that in a way that works well now and in the future, and that can be relied upon by devs. The only way to deal with the performance issues outlined would be to make the second issue, the issue of having parts of Grid illegal in Masonry, worse. We don't think that's a good solution, especially when it's possible to have all the Grid features you want while keeping things that are different clearly separated. I'm coming around. Also, always cool to see Una. Shout it out. She's the best. I don't like the font on Google's blog, therefore I'm Team WebKit. Honestly, not the most irrational thing I've heard today. So something here that's too important. And now, for the reason we are all here today, I'm going to put this here. So I'm going to grab this link first. Put this in Notion. Cool. That link goes here now. Cool. On the topic of fonts, are you guys ready for the worst one, which is the W3C CSS Standards Committee? It's bad. Oh boy, this is going to be fun. This is also the reason we're all here today, in case you were curious, because there's a first public working draft of the CSS Grid Level 3/Masonry layout. The CSS Working Group has published a first public working draft of the Grid Layout Module Level 3, aka CSS Masonry layout. The draft represents Masonry layout as a built-in capability of CSS in two possible syntactic forms, a grid-integrated syntax and a grid-independent syntax, both of which are outlined as alternatives. We hope the publication of this draft facilitates discussion about their relative merits. The CSS Working Group has resolved to adopt fully mixed track sizing for this layout model, allowing all the possible track listings expressible in CSS grid layout for masonry layouts as well. This unifies the two incoming proposals' underlying layout models, and therefore both syntactic forms represent essentially equal capabilities for masonry layouts, though there are some open issues about possible differences in their initial values. To address performance concerns with mixed track sizing, the draft outlines specific performance optimizations in the layout model and adopts some simplifying heuristics for things like subgrids. We are grateful for the designers and developers who commented on the issues with their use cases, diagrams, and demos, which informed the development of this module, and we welcome additional input, suggestions, and use cases to help guide its further refinement. We expect development of this module to proceed rapidly from this point forward, since it builds on existing foundations of the grid layout system. Please send feedback, yada yada. You can also mail. You get the idea. Links in the description for all of this if you have thoughts that are valuable enough to send to the team. They also posted just recently, well, Google, I should say, posted this just recently. I'll throw this here as well. Their official CSS Masonry proposal. As we just saw, the working group has combined the two proposals into one draft spec in order to make it easier to compare the two. So we actually have the spec here. Why do these websites always look so awful? Can I collapse? God, this is like the ugliest website I've ever seen. Do I have it zoomed in too much or something? I don't. What? Why does W3C have the ugliest website in the world? They are the best fucking CSS people in the world helping. Cool. So they show the different examples. Also plan to support column and row masonry. Display masonry version here. Interesting proposal. I like they flush this out this hard with both possibilities. They have the grid example here as well. Very interesting. I don't want to read through this whole thing, but it exists. Check it out if you're interested. We're going to start here. While the biggest performance issues mentioned in our previous posts have been resolved, there are still concerns around syntax, initial values, and how easily a version combined with grid would be to learn. To test our assumptions, however, we've worked through some examples to show how masonry would work with each version. Take a look at the examples in this post and give us your feedback. The post doesn't cover all possible use cases. However, it's clear that separating masonry from grid will not result in the feature lacking functionality. In fact, the opposite may be true. As you'll see in this post, the display masonry version creates new opportunities and a simpler syntax. In addition, many developers have raised concerns about the potential of reordering items with masonry, causing accessibility issues. It's also being addressed for both versions of the syntax through the proposed reading flow property. That is a big deal. I showed you guys before where like the numbers were all going in weird ways when you reflush things. How is navigating with your keyboard going to work for that? It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That doesn't work for shit. Basic masonry layout. Here's a simple example. With display masonry, repeat 3, 1FR, gap 10, you're done. Display grid, very similar, just grid template rows, masonry, same deal. Points to consider between the two. With display masonry, you get a masonry layout even if you don't specify any tracks with the masonry template tracks. So display masonry might actually be all you need because there's an initial value of template tracks, which is repeat, auto, areas, auto. Cool. Reverse flow with masonry. Masonry direction, column reverse. With display grid, grid auto flow, row reverse to make it upside down. That I don't love. That I don't. I like column reverse because that's what it's doing, but row reverse feels very wrong here. Also, of note, row reverse is a new property that is being added for that to work. Google's making a good case here for this being dumb. Like, this is how we end up with the hell of everything having weird names and there's 15 ways to center shit. Like, quick poll. I have a flex column container. Which do I use to vertically center? Which vertically centers? Justify, content, align, content, or align items. I want to see how many of y'all, off the top of your head, can correctly guess which of those is correct for vertically centering the text. Also, looks like Gabriel's coming around. We'll win you over. You just realized you're wrong. Where's the... I should have put an I don't know option. My bad. Yeah, it's like a 50% hit rate for us, guys. That's pretty sad. Every time I have to write CSS, I have to have a reference open. Yep. I honestly just do all three and then delete them until it works. But yeah, I've been there. This stuff is not easy to remember. Anyways, this is how we get there, though, where we have three options where it's very unclear by their names what they actually do. This is how we get there, by having the way to reverse the columns be row reverse. Whew. Fun. Points to consider between the two options. Display masonry version feels very similar to how Flexbox works. CSS Grid uses grid autoflow. It's currently defined grid autoflow row reverse, and grid autoflow column reverse would give the same effect. This could be confusing, so you may expect them to do something different. Whew. Masonry for rows. Change it to be rows instead. Masonry direction, row. Makes sense, just like flex. Display grid, columns, masonry, rows, repeat, 3 at 1FR. These are both fine. This is like, more and more I feel like display masonry is just treating it like a flex box. And grid template columns or grid template rows masonry is part of grid. And as a person who likes Flexbox a lot and still sucks at grid, more and more I'm leaning that way. But I'd be okay with either at this point in time. I just want to make sure we're not making CSS harder to read and harder to understand and guess correctly. Changing the display masonry version for columns to rows, meaning changing the values of masonry direction. The grid version, you'll need to switch the values of grid template rows and columns. That's fine. Both these examples of switching flow, the display masonry version feels more intuitive. I think they're both whatever. It's just one's more like Flexbox. Position items. Display masonry. Masonry track start 1, end is 3. Display grid. Grid column start and end. These are fine. I don't care. You could also name areas the same way you can with grid. Grid columns, A, grid row, A, but it's ignored. Whatever. I don't care what the difference here. Display masonry, you can do a masonry template areas. Set the track there. This is exactly the same. I don't care. Another difference. Each row is quoted. Oh, that sucks, actually. The fact that the syntax for columns and rows is different. Okay. That might be the one that pushes me over. That you have to change the area syntax depending on if it's a column or a row. That sucks. That is a really good call out because grid template areas has a different string for each row. So if you're just defining columns, this is fine. But if you wanted to find rows with names, they all have to be their own separate strings. That sucks ass. Gabriel, if you're still here, I'm curious if that swings you, because that just swung me. This is the one that pushed me over, personally. Yeah. Damn fucking right. Do you know how much it hurts me to say Apple's wrong and Google's right here? I don't like this. It's actually comically rare that when there's a dispute between these two companies, I side with the shitty one. Like, I have dedicated so much of my life both to contributing to Android and shitting all over it. But Google knows the web, and they're doing this one right. You already have to do that with Grid. Yes, but with a grid, you don't change your mind and go from column to row at some point in your development cycle. Here, I could absolutely see myself wanting to change which type of masonry I want to do or playing with it. The fact that I have to change multiple points in the syntax in order to swap from column to row is, honestly, in my opinion, a bit of a disaster. But I agree, yes, masonry is a type of grid, but they are different enough. The separation is making more and more sense to me. With any positioning, the display masonry syntax works better when it comes to switching directions. Masonry track property works in whichever direction is the grid axis. Cool. Both let you define shorthands. Display grid, fine. Any other complex examples for me? Masonry 50, 100, this is all fine. Okay, grid ABC masonry. Okay, that's annoying. You have to switch which side masonry is on if you change it. It's a fair concern to worry about masonry not having feature parity with grid and flexbox. But grid and flexbox have feature parity. The display masonry shorthand is likely to be widely used given that it's relatively straightforward shorthand. Display grid one uses the existing grid shorthand, which is fairly complex shorthand. I hate the grid shorthand. I've never actually understood what it's doing. I barely understand the flex shorthand, to be fair. The masonry shorthand didn't look that bad. Column reverse, ABC. Where these, like, the order of things changes a whole bunch depending on shit, which is weird. Like, masonry could be in the front or the back. It's a bit weird to me. But yeah, I'm not super strongly opinionated in either direction. I am leaning towards it being separate. But I want y'all's thoughts. Yeah, I was about to do a poll. Display masonry or grid level 3. Display masonry, Google's grid level 3, Apple, IDK. I don't go here. I like this stance, Everett. Honestly, whatever Adam Wathan likes best goes. Easy thing to check. 1 sec. Nothing. Rip. Let's see. I have no idea which way the poll is going to go. I have a rough idea. Whew. Google with the massive W, 80%. Damn. Well, let me know in the comments if you do or don't agree with my chat. How y'all feeling? Should we be display masonry? Should we be display grid with the CSS level 3, whatever the hell you want to call it? Retake on that. Let me know if you agree with let me know if you agree with that poll and how you're feeling about the Google approach versus the Apple approach here. I'm okay with either. I just want this feature now. Let me know what you think. And until next time, peace, nerds. Kill. That was a long one. End of masonry. Make sure this sneaks in as well. I'm afraid this is yet another priority video. Didn't realize how recent these things were. That gives us 6. It's about 6, or it's almost 7 p.m. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Why is that? Am I stupid? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 5. There are 6 things. Notion. Counting is not that hard. Masonry was blue because it was like selected or something. I think I'm done for the day. When I refreshed, it changed. Ooh, bento grids and tailwind. Bookmark. This is a good one. I've had my fun. Let's figure out who we're rating. I'm gonna do meta. The glasses, right? Oh no, the fucking React Native one. Not today, no. Maybe if I stream another day this week. I might stream tomorrow or Friday. But I have to film a lot of ads today. I have to go film a ton of shit. Wait, study time's in SF? We're rating study time. And y'all are telling her to come hang. Let me just make sure I got this right.
That's where
I did. Cool. Have fun there. Tell her she better hang with me when she's here. Otherwise, we will disown her. See you maybe later this week. Worst case, next week. Y'all will see me soon. Keep an eye on the channel. There's a shitload of videos dropping. Goodbye for now. Peace, nerds. Goodbye to YouTube as well.